Good evening. Thank you for attending the legislative meeting this evening. We're going to call this meeting to order.
Jonathan Anna.
Here.
Ben Vitale.
Present.
Tom Winslow.
Present.
Bob Shea.
Here.
Hans Putcher.
Here.
Mark Strong.
Here.
Heidi Nightingale.
Present.
Elaine Daly. Here. Stephanie DeVito.
Here.
Brian Muldrow.
Here.
Aileen McNabb Coleman.
Present. We're going to stand for the pledge and take a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight we have a public hearing. I'm going to open it up. This public hearing is to address a local law to override the tax levy limit established in General Municipal Law 3-C. So I hereby open the public meeting officially. We have two proclamations that were presented this month. John High Veteran Service Award designation was presented on November 11th, I think by Tom Winslow. So thank you for doing that. Do you want to speak to this at all?
Actually, on the 11th, Mr. Schwab from Veterans, he did that, but I was in attendance at the City of Auburn ceremony for Veterans Day.
Very good. Thank you for doing that. And then Judge Andrew Maltese Day in Cayuga County was November 15th, 2024. So thank you for that. We're going to kick off this evening with two presentations. The first presentation will be done by Ken Cayuga and Linda Vitale, and they're here to talk to us about AWLA, the Owasco Lake Association. So thank you for being here to talk to us about Lake. Yes, thank you.
Hey, I'm Linda Vitale, a retired English teacher in the Auburn School District, and Ken Cayuga is a retired market executive with Xerox. And the two of us are part of a board that makes up the Owasco Watershed Lake Association, the board. And we are here because, well, for one thing, we all have one thing in common. And the one thing that we have in common is that all of our physical well-being, as well as our economic security, depends upon us having clean water. So it's essential. It's really the basis. It's the most important thing, clean air and clean water. So that's the basis on which, and we have a short presentation. We have some extremely interesting facts that it wasn't until just recently in my older years that I found out about that led me to know that we live in what we believe to be the best part of the world to live in. And it has to do with our the amount of fresh water that we have. So Ken is going to be running a quick PowerPoint for us to point out some different things. And
next slide, please. So this is the disclaimer that marketing people always put up that says we actually did talk to scientists about all the data you're going to see today. So it's been validated. Next slide, please. So let's talk about our regional freshwater resources. That's the water that. Okay. We're all volunteers that are members of AWLA. We get paid. So we're going to talk a little bit about the lake and the water that resides in it. Next slide.
he's running it.
71% of the earth is covered in water. Okay, all right, that's a lot of water. Next slide. Next slide. Well, of that water, 97.5% of it is salt water, and only 2.5% of it is fresh water.
Yes.
2.5% of all the water in the world is fresh water. Next slide. So where is that fresh water? Well, 69% of it is it ice caps and glaciers. It's in Antarctica, and the places you can't really get at it. 30% of it's in groundwater. By groundwater, I mean deep underground water. It's very, very difficult and not very economical to go get it. So really only 1% of it's easily accessible. That's the stuff you see in the lakes and the rivers that you normally see. Next slide, please. So here's where the lucky part of where we live is. 21% of all the surface fresh water in the world resides in the Great Lakes Basin. That's 6 quadrillion gallons of water. That's enough water to submerge the entire United States under 10 feet of water.
Okay, and I usually interrupt Ken a little bit here. You know, I have no say I do this quick, but anyway, I just have to repeat it because when I found this, I literally stopped people on the streets and told them this information. That in the world, only 2.5% of all the water in the world is fresh. So that's all. And to bring it down even lower, only 1% of that 2.5% is fresh. Is available to us because is available because the rest is too far underground or in ice. So 1% of 2.5, anybody can do that quick math. That water is what's available to the entire world. And we have 21% of it in the Great Lakes Basin. Now, do we have a slide that shows where the Great Lakes Basin is?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what you're looking at. That is the Great Lakes
Oh,
right
there
there.
it is, from Duluth, Minnesota, down like to Toledo and Cleveland, and up under the Finger Lakes, and like to Burlington, Vermont, and then around Canada. I'll be good. I'll be good.
Next slide, please.
For a bit.
So that also, that Great Lakes Basin is also 95% of all the fresh water in the United States. Well, think about that for a second. 95% of it. Next slide, please. So basically what you're looking at here is just a list of how we use water every day. I'm not going to take you through it because you do it every day. And it gives you some idea of how much water that you use when you do some things. A couple of interesting facts are the ones at the bottom, and that is a leaky toilet uses 22,000 gallons of water every year. And I can't really read the bottom one from down here, but I think it's 270 billion gallons a day of water used to water lawns. Yeah, a lot of water. Next slide, please. And all that water resides in a very big watershed. That's the black line you see around the outside of the Great Lakes. Next slide. So what is a watershed? A watershed is also called a drainage basin. So all of the outlined area that you saw ultimately drains into those 5 Great Lakes. So it flows over land, it flows on streets, parking lots, off rooftops. It ultimately ends up in those 5 lakes. Next slide, please. So at that Great Lakes Basin, it's 295,000 square miles. It's next slide. And all of those lakes don't touch one another. Think of the Finger Lakes. You know, we've got all the 11 Finger Lakes, but they don't really touch one another. Neither do any of the Great Lakes, but they're all connected. They're all connected by about 5,000 different kinds of tributaries. Next slide, please. And this is kind of the interesting part, or maybe the scary part. Only 1% of the water that all those billions and billions of gallons of water exit the Great Lakes Basin through the St. Lawrence River. The rest of all that water remains resident in the Great Lakes. It gets drawn out, used in agriculture, and then pumped back in. It gets drawn out to make electricity. So it gets evaporated up and then rained on the land and then washed back in. So the Great Lakes themselves are very, very susceptible to contaminants, a lot of different contaminants. And that's something that we're going to talk a little bit about. Next slide, please. In the Finger Lakes, we're part of the Great Lakes Basin. See a little red circle up there by the red arrow? That's us. And something is happening, and we're all familiar with it because we saw what happened this summer, and it's not good. Next slide, please. Tabs are increasing. Owasco Lake is more susceptible really than any of the other Finger Lakes. Why is that? Next slide, please. It's an 11 square mile lake, but it drains a 208 square mile watershed. It's the largest lake to watershed ratio of any of the Finger Lakes. In other words, any drop that drops those 208 square miles ultimately ends up in a lake.
Yeah, and just on a comparison basis, Skinny Atlas, that's a little bit larger than we are. They have 11 square miles of watershed.
Right.
So 11 square miles compared to our 208 square miles.
Next slide, please. And that's a lot of water. Our lake holds 212 billion gallons of water. And the lake refreshes itself about every 4 years. So where did all that water go? 212 billion gallons of water. Where does it go? Next slide, please. This is something called River Runner. If you want to click the link, please. And you can go online to a website called River Runner. And you can drop a drop of water in your backyard. And it's going to show you exactly where that water goes. We can get it to run. Here we go. It'll load up here in a second. So basically what Linda and I did here was we went to River Runner, and then we dropped a droplet of water in Moravia to see what happens. Here he goes. Okay, they're going down through the lake. And now it's into the outlet, going down through the city of Auburn, down along State Street Road, the Seneca River, through Cross Lake, taking a right turn, and going up and around Baldwinsville, making a big circle, and then heading back to the north through Phoenix and on its merry way, ultimately dumping into Lake Ontario. Now, that's just one of the Finger Lakes. All of the 11 other Finger Lakes do exactly the same thing. But the thing you have to remember is it's not just the water flowing through, it's flowing through all that land. So any little tributaries or neighborhoods that ultimately dump water into those tributaries ends up in Lake Ontario. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So Owasco Lake, next slide, please. So what we're trying to point out today, and Paula is kind of changing its philosophy. Once the water's in the lake, we can't really do that. As you found out this summer, once the lake turned green, it's green. So what you're going to see is the focus changing now to, it's not just the water, it's the shed. It's all about the watershed. And you can help. Next slide, please. We all must become watershed stewards. We've got to think about the land surrounding the lakes. Next slide. And a steward is pretty simple. It's a person who takes care of something. In this case, take care of the land that you interact with every day. Next slide. And you don't have to live on a river or a stream. So often when we ask people to join AWA, they'll go, I don't live on the lake. But you use the water. You use the water from the lake, from the wetlands evaporated out of the Great Lakes, and you use for use if you have a well. Next slide, please. And here's some examples of watershed stewardship. You've all heard of lake-friendly living. There's signs all over the place, and this is just kind of a list. I'm not going to read them of things that you can do to take better care of the land around you. Next slide, please. And to learn more, just go to Lake Friendly Living. You can Google Lake Friendly Living, and I'm not going to read it today, but you can find out a lot more about what you can do to take care of the land that you interact with every day. Next slide, please. So we have a saying that says, just be watershed aware. Just think about what you're doing when you're on the land, because whatever you're doing on the land that has to do with liquid, ultimately it's going to end up in the Great Lakes. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a little bit about what AWA is doing. We're a not-for-profit organization. We were founded in 1988. Next slide, please. We're kind of a hands-on, boots dirty, volunteers that do whatever's needed by whatever association is doing whatever. You can see some examples of some of the things that we're doing. We're going to talk about those in a second. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about some of the current initiatives underway. Next slide. The first is the New York State, we call it the Hemlock Initiative. Hemlock trees are dying. And so what's so important about hemlock trees is they're the single most important tree in New York State because they hold the land in place.
Fillmore Glen is made up of mostly a lot of hemlocks too.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's really.
When they die, it makes all of the land much more susceptible to runoff. And so we've treated over 10,000 trees so far this year. Next slide, please. Roadside ditch remediation. No, we as volunteers, we do not work in ditches. We do work with Kirsten and his team to get them the money that they need to work in the roadside ditches. So that's our role when it comes to roadside ditches. Next slide, please. Tree planting. We have a lot of organizations that grow the trees. And they call Allah and we get together with them and we plant, as you can see. Next slide, please. Rain gardens. You've been to Emerson Park, you've seen a couple of rain gardens that we put in places that were really marshy. We just built a big one in one of the state parks at Fillmore Glen to do the same thing. And basically they're designed to maintain and hold runoff, and they're all native plants. We don't use any artificial plants in them. Next slide, please. Tributary sampling, we do this starting in May. We do it through October, twice a week. And then whenever there's a big rain event, we actually, as you can see, we have men and women that put on hip boots and actually go in the tributaries and take samples of the water. And it's sent to the lab for analysis, and it helps us understand what kind of contaminants are in the water. And then it helps us to uncover where those contaminants are coming from. Next slide, please. The harmful effluent matter, we have 27 different zones around the lake. And we have people, as you can see, there's a pair in the upper right-hand corner that walk the zones during the week. And when they find an outbreak of blue-green algae, they upload it to a website that's owned by New York State so that they can track outbreaks of HABs. Next slide, please. Sea slab, this basically is deep water monitoring. So we go out in the lake twice a week and people volunteer their boats and their gas and their time, and they drive out to the middle of the lake and they have a set of sampling procedures that they use to monitor the water in the lake at deep levels. Next slide. And the last is education and outreach, so things like we're doing here tonight. We go to a lot of organizations to talk about ALA and the things that we're doing. We have a website, we have a newsletter, we put out articles in the Citizen. We meet with a lot of students. We have a lot of student volunteers that help us with rain gardens and sampling programs.
Go into the schools too.
And we go to
Yeah, into the schools.
next slide, please. And we work with a lot of partners. Doug Kirsch is here today, but we work with all kinds of organizations that have different roles in terms of dealing with fresh water. And whenever they need help, they call us and we'll supply them as best we can with whatever help that we can provide. Next slide. But we're not a regulatory authority. We don't control anything. That belongs to the management council. They are the ones who make regulatory decisions. But if they need our help with a project that they're working on or a customer that they've identified a project with, then we'll supply them with volunteer manpower as best we can. But we are not a regulatory authority. So in closing, I guess the one thing that I would like to leave you with today is how a lot of you here today are going to have opinions that you're going to express. And the same happens that all of you. I invite you to come to the meeting if you have an issue that has anything to do with the water. Please join us. You're welcome to come in. We have meetings monthly. They're posted. You can send us letters. You can get in contact with us any way you feel comfortable doing so, because that's the only way we get things done. And the other important thing is membership. It costs $25 to join a year. The more members that we have, the more New York State is going to listen to us. So we're on a mission to get as many people to join the town as we can. Because if one person is speaking, then they might listen to you. But if 500 people are talking, they're much more apt to listen to you a little bit more attentively. Next slide, please. So we're asking you to join Iowa. What do you know? You want to close it up?
Well, basically, I think everything is needed to be said has been said. We are all want clean water. We're all, none of us are adversary. We all want the same thing. And we work hard. And everything that we learn is good because it can be shared with other lakes. And we're really one of the most active of the organizations in New York State as far as a volunteer organization goes. So everything that we learn is valuable to all of the Finger Lakes and to all of the lakes. And I know myself personally, I work on all of this because I care about what's going to happen for our children and their children. And I really appreciate your time. And I know we're going to leave you now. And I appreciate very much all of you listening to us because, you know, it's very important that we meet with you. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Going to take a brief break. So I've identified there's definitely some chairs up here that I'd like to take a minute to move out. If I could have a couple legislators help. And there's a couple behind here if we want to offer. And maybe we can put them over towards the door. And if you guys want to come sit down.
Well, I was thinking, I'm like, oh, how many chairs are there? Oh, only two. I'm saying, Jennifer has, so I don't have to move. You're right. I'm like, all right.
Are you gonna move,
Couple existing seats here.
are you gonna move those? No?
I was just going to move these ones to the back
Oh,
here.
I thought you meant you were talking about moving.
Oh, okay.
And I'm getting up.
Yeah.
Does somebody want to come up here? That's all right. Out there, I didn't even see. Oh, yeah. I'll really open this. I opened some.
Huh? Be dead next year? Oh, he is right.
That was painful.
Just glad you're not, but
Thank you.
video simulcast.
Just something that's.
Oh, that's right. We're on the same page.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, around my eye like that. Yes.
Heidi.
Her blade?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll get back to the agenda. Again, there's more seats up here. There's 3 seats. I know it's like front row of church. I get that. That's fine. Best we can do. At this point, we have our second presentation for the evening. We have Evan Cuttill from our senior planner to talk to us today about local solid waste management plan. Away, Evan.
Right. Yeah, so as you mentioned, my name is Evan Tudville. I'm a senior planner with the County Planning Department. I also oversee the solid waste and recycling programming for the county. So for those of you who have not met me, hello. I know I gave a presentation on the solid waste management plan way back in 2023. So a lot of new faces since then. So here's, it's just gonna be kind of an update on where we're at since then. And kind of letting you know what the county needs to do to finally adopt local solid waste management plan. And then for anybody who doesn't know what a local solid waste management plan is, it accomplishes three main things. It evaluates the solid waste management practices currently in place. It evaluates alternative programs and services available for future solid waste management. And it establishes an implementation plan for a 10-year planning period. So this plan would have an implementation plan for 2023 to 2032. And for the purposes of this presentation, I'm just going to be saying LSWAP because it's just a long phrase. You can go to the next slide. Tonight we're going to be talking about just the background of solid waste management planning in New York State, as well as the timeline of events that got us to this point. And then I'll be providing an overview. I'll try to be really quick on each section of the plan, focusing more on sections 5 and 6. And then we'll talk about next steps, and then I'll have some time for questions from the legislature. So you can go to the next slide. Perfect. So New York State adopted its current solid waste management plan in 2023, which will be in effect until 2032. It's titled Building the Circular Economy Through Sustainable Materials Management. The goals are outlined on the right side of the screen there. But one of the main goals identified is to reach an 85% recycling rate by 2050. So it's very ambitious. And the way they do that is they'll collaborate with multiple stakeholders, government entities, agencies to implement that vision. So one of the partnerships they'll have is with local governments, otherwise known as planning units. So you can go to the next slide. So Cayuga County is a mandated planning unit. So the county is responsible for providing a local solid waste management plan on behalf of its towns, villages, and cities, any municipality that's within. The county they have to do this in order to do three main things outlined on the right side of the screen. So to develop a resource toolkit, which is essentially the implementation plan to meet those state goals. They also will fulfill a requirement for solid waste management facilities serving the county or the municipalities within. And it will also provide an outline of the current waste management system and the inventory of the plan, which allows us to examine future potential options. You can go to the next slide. I'm just briefly going over the development of this draft. So we began working on it in 2021. Due to some staff turnover, it was put on hold for a little bit. And then I started working on it again in 2022. We completed the inventory and analysis. And then we completed the evaluation and selection of program alternatives. So this took place from 2022 to May of 2023. And we're now in the final phase of the project, which is adoption, which began in June of 2023 and is still ongoing, but will hopefully be concluded by the end of the year or the start of next year. You can go to the next slide. So I'm going to start going over each section of the plan, and I'm going to go pretty quickly. So if there's any questions about anything, just ask me at the end. But the first section of the plan is the planning unit description. So the main purpose of this section is really to just highlight any significant contextual information that helps shape the recommendations of the plan. So that includes general demographics, geographical context. We also completed a slate of surveys provided to residents, municipalities, as well as local waste hauling companies. So in terms of members of the planning unit, the planning unit has 9 villages, 23 towns, and the city of Auburn, all of which are included and covered by this plan. The geography and population We took a look at the geography and the demographic makeup, gave us a better idea of what sort of alternatives to pursue in regards to solid waste management and recycling programming. And like I said, we conducted a survey to further our research. We also took an inventory of any significant or special characteristics or circumstances that might have an impact on the volume or consistency of the waste stream. Go to the next slide. In section 2, this is the waste generation and material recovery data. So this really just outlines the different types of solid wastes that were evaluated in the plan. So you'll see that there's 4. There's municipal solid wastes, construction and demolition debris, biosolids or sewage sludge, and industrial wastes. So the way to think about that is municipal solid waste, or MSW, is really anything that's coming through your garbage from any sort of business, retailer, home, institution. Construction and demolition debris is pretty straightforward. Biosolids and sewage sludge, again, pretty straightforward. And industrial wastes are any waste coming from manufacturing plants or anything of that nature. But we identified in the plan about 45,000 tons of municipal solid waste produced in 2020, 18,000 tons produced for construction and demolition debris in 2020, 9,000 tons of biosolids, and 10,000 tons of industrial waste. And I just want to point out, none of this is exact. We did a pretty exhaustive research, but the county doesn't have a formal data collection process in regards to solid waste and recycling. Go to the next slide. Perfect, thank you. So the third section of the plan is the existing solid waste management system. So this section just provides an overview on the system that's currently in place, including the facilities, initiatives, and programs being overseen both by the county itself and the municipalities within. So we go through and identify all the different types of facilities, such as landfills, transfer stations, recycling centers, composting facilities, anaerobic digesters, auto salvage facilities, scrap metal processing facilities. We just go through and summarize the activity that they have had in I believe the year of 2020. That was the last year of data that was available to us during our research. In regards to landfills, there are currently only 2 landfills that really service the county, being Seneca Meadows and Ontario County landfill. So just looking forward, just summarizing their operations and how it impacts our programming looking forward. So yeah, section 4 of the local solid waste management plan takes a look at the existing administrative and financial structure. So it provides a summary of the administrative capacity and the layout and the financial structure of the county's recycling program. So as you'll note, I'm from the county's planning department. So the planning department obviously hosts the solid waste management programming. And we have we maintain a budget for certain activities that we do throughout the year. And the only revenue we really get is through a annual grant from the New York State DEC for a 50% eligible cost for our household hazardous waste events. And then we have a few local laws and regulations in regards to solid waste management, but most notably we have a law that was enacted in 1990 that outlines the guidelines for recycling in the county. And then the DEC required us to do an analysis for any zoning, product stewardship, and green procurement requirements or environmental justice requirements, and we don't have any. but that had to be included in the plan. And then moving on to section 5 of the plan, it's the strategic alternatives evaluation and selection. So this section evaluates the various technological and programmatic alternatives and enhancements that could be included in the recommendations of the plan and identifies those that were selected for implementation. So I just want to take a brief pause here. So when I had given a presentation back in 2023, I received guidance from that legislature encouraging us to maintain and enhance the program without doing any sort of expanding. That's kind of our mindset going into the assessment of strategic alternatives, maintaining our programming and providing small enhancements that we can without, any major or any at all budget impacts. So the New York State DEC recognizes 15 different categories of waste management strategies, which include all those on the screen. So it's waste reduction programs, reuse programs, recyclables recovery programs, organic recovery programs, developing a local and regional recycling markets, enforcement programs, incentive-based pricing programs, education and data collection and evaluation efforts, local hauler licensing programs, flow control, construction and demolition debris reduction and recovery programs, private sector management and coordination opportunities, thermal treatment technologies, and waste disposal options. So for each of these categories, the current status of the existing county programs is summarized in the plan, followed by an assessment of each individual strategic alternative that was under consideration. And each category listed above had at least one strategic alternative under consideration. And those were assessed based on their expected administrative, technical, and or jurisdictional impacts. So looking at the quantitative and qualitative impacts on the waste stream, staff capacity, labor and equipment costs, and expected impacts on natural resource conservation, energy production, employment opportunities, and environmental justice. So in total, there were 46 strategic alternatives that were considered and evaluated. And these came from a best practices list from the EPA titled Managing and Transforming Waste Streams tool. So that kind of guided most of our inventory analysis. You can go to the next slide. So of the 46 alternatives considered, a total of 24 strategies were selected for implementation, at least one from each category, except for local hauler licensing programs, flow control, private sector management and coordination opportunities, thermal treatment technologies, and waste disposal options. So any strategy that wasn't included in this selection were just deemed not feasible due to either labor and or cost restraints that the county faces. And then, so I'm just going to kind of read through these and make you aware of them. So for this focus area 1 is waste prevention, reduction, and reuse strategies. So that includes promoting producer compliance and managing the reuse, recycling, and or safe disposal of products covered by extended producer responsibility legislation, promoting local flea markets and garage sales for the sale of reusable items and swaps for household goods, promoting local reuse programs and drop-off locations for reusable items, and promoting deconstruction projects on our website and or social media pages to make businesses aware of materials. Go to the next slide. The second focus area is recyclable recovery and recycling market development strategies. So we include 3 different strategies, including hold annual recycling collection events for electronic materials, household hazardous wastes, and tires. Explore the expansion of agricultural waste recycling programs to target agricultural specific waste generated within the county. And explore potential regional cooperative engagements with neighboring planning units to handle and market recyclables and compostables. And then on to focus area 3, which is solid waste and recycling policy standards. So strategies for those. So first one is assisting municipalities within the planning unit in establishing deconstruction legislation with the aim of encouraging the salvation and redistribution of used materials from buildings and structures slated to be demolished. Strategy 2, continue to encourage municipality operated transfer stations to implement incentive-based pricing structures for waste disposal and amend the 1990 county recycling law with updated regulatory language and enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance with the requirements for residential and commercial recycling, access to recycling services, solid waste facility reporting, and waste hauler reporting. And then the fourth focus area is strategies for public outreach and educational resources, which is really the main thing that our department focuses on, which is why there's so many strategies. So strategy 1 is conducting outreach on reducing food waste at schools, grocery stores, restaurants, and at home. Conducting outreach on paper reduction strategies, promoting local resources and best practices for waste disposal and reduction on our website. Prepare and circulate a how-to deconstruction and services guide. Procure a searchable local or regional directory specific to sector and or industry of how and where to recycle or drop off used consumer products. Procure a searchable local or regional directory of businesses that offer green products or services, vendor contact information. Conduct training, like site visits, walkthrough audits, distribution of displays and signs to increase rates of recycling and or composting at facilities. And finally, provide technical assistance across government operations to increase recycling and or composting rates. Then the last focus area is strategies for organics reduction and recycling. So 3 strategies, including encouraging homes, neighborhoods, schools, and businesses to establish composting programs, assist local farms, restaurants, and food retailers in connecting and distributing excess foods to food banks or soup kitchens, initiate a sign-up program for businesses and institutions that discard food waste to obtain compost bins and other necessary equipment. So those are all the strategies that are being proposed in this plan. So section 6 of the plan outlines the implementation plan and schedule for that plan over the course of the next 10 years. You can go to the next slide. I'm not going to go through and read through every single action item for each strategy, but just to give you kind of an outline of what we've outlined in the plan. So each strategy was given several action items to actually implement them. Most of the action items are assigned to the planning department. We have some partnership with other agencies for the county. And then we outline at what point during the next 10 years they're going to be implemented. So you can go to the next slide. This is focus area 2. Same for focus area 3 on the next slide. And focus area 4. And focus area 5. And you can go on to the next slide. So section 7 is the final section of the plan. And it just talks about waste stream projections. So we're required to outline for the next 10 years projections for each year based on both population and the effectiveness of our program. So as you'll see on the screen, it looks like we'll have just about 9,000 tons diverted by 2032, just based on projections. So that's bringing our total from 45,000 tons in 2020 to 40,000 tons by 2032. And that's for municipal solid waste. And then for construction and demolition debris, we're looking at about 2,000 tons diverted in 2032. And bringing I can't quite remember what the 2020 number was for tonnage on C&D debris, but we'll bring it down to about 11,000 with this programming. Hopefully. And then, so just want to talk about the next steps. So our path to adoption. So you can go to the next slide. So back in March, we did a public comment period, and then we submitted the first draft to the DEC. And then they, on April 22nd, they provided us a letter that let us know that the plan was deemed complete. So we've submitted, they then went on to review the plan for any first round edits, and they provided those edits in September. We went back to the second round draft and submitted that draft. And we received approval on October 29th for that second round with no more edits. So now here we are at the county legislature meeting. I know you have a resolution of adoption up on the docket tonight. So once that is approved, we can submit a final draft to the DEC, including that resolution of adoption, and then get a final approval from the DEC. And the plan will finally be in place, and we can begin to start those tasks. So that's kind of all I had. I know that was a lot of information and not a lot of time. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
For a resolution to adopt this tonight?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
in the resolution.
yes.
Planning.
Plan.
Planning.
Oh,
Okay.
number three,
I promised it one.
W3.
Oh, yes, I got it.
The whole document is on the county website. But I can send out.
It's okay. My folks.
Any other questions for Evan or comments?
Just a reminder real quick, the current plan that we have on file was adopted in 1992. So this is a long time. ago.
Yes, it's also required by the state.
Every 10 years?
So ours has been,
Every 10 years.
ours expired in 2010, I believe.
Oh,
So we've been, yeah, out of compliance for a little bit now.
Evan, I have a question.
Yeah.
It's like a car inspection.
yes.
You cited the 1990 Cayuga County law, right? And you said that it was one of your focus areas to amend the law. What is your plan for that?
Yeah, so a lot of the language in that law just makes reference to the Auburn landfill. So with that language, you can find a lot of loopholes in regards to recycling. So within, the next, I'd say 2 years, I'd like to work with the county attorney's office and see what we can do to amend that
Okay,
if possible.
yeah, great. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Evan.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone that we have a public hearing ongoing. If you wish to speak to the local law, you may do so at any time. You just flag me and you can go on up and have time to address the local law, which is to override the tax levy limit established in general municipal law -C. So if anyone here would like to do that, please let me know. At this point, we're going to begin with privilege of the floor. And do we have any legislators who have anyone to speak
I do.
from their districts?
I have my son, Bryce. I'm about to say a few words.
Okay.
Podium.
If you would state your name and address, I will say that I'll kick it off and you can repeat. And it's about 3 minutes. And she's going to keep track of the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, I'm Bryce Neonical. I live at 215 Genesee Street. I've been closely following the discussion surrounding the recruitment outreach resolution, and I've noticed a common misconception. Many seem to believe that this is a proposal. Let me be clear, it is not. This resolution is about improving our recruitment practices, specifically regarding outreach. Adequate representation in government is a core principle tied to the very founding of our country, as well as one that I strongly believe in. No matter what part of the county you are from, you not only deserve, but are entitled to play a role in your local government. So this resolution aims to ensure that often overlooked areas of the county can participate and be represented in these positions. All manner of people tend to be overlooked in the hiring process, including veterans, individuals with disabilities, lower income residents. And this resolution seeks to address this issue by reaching out to groups like these, as well as getting the message out to the public at large to inform them of when the county is recruiting. Not only is this the right and fair thing to do, but it's just common sense. When you expand the pool of candidates, you increase your chances of finding the most talented and qualified individuals. This is not about like placing identity over quality or merit. It's actually like quite the opposite. Sorry about that. When targeting, specific groups, the best of these groups are the ones that are going to be selected. So, not to mention there are already existing measures in place to ensure the qualifications of the group. So this resolution ensures that we don't overlook highly qualified individuals who might not have otherwise applied. Expanding the pool of applicants to recruit something that benefits us all. I know there's been, a little bit of controversy surrounding this resolution, but I believe that's like misplaced because it's not divisive. Rather, it's a straightforward administrative change that makes our recruitment efforts more fair and effective. It doesn't, really get much more bipartisan than that. The reason I'm speaking out in favor of this resolution is so that people like me who have never considered working for the county are presented with the opportunity to do so. There's also, one last thing I wanted to address. We're going to current pause in recruitment. Now is actually like the perfect time to lay the groundwork for future recruitment, because by enhancing our outreach now, we can make sure that we are ready for when we begin recruiting in the future. By taking this step now, we are not only preparing for the next recruitment cycle, but we are also setting the county up for sustained success in the long run, ensuring that we have the most qualified people from the time to rebuild and move forward. And it's really all I wanted to say. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll start on this side. We'll work down. Does anyone else have
Right.
anyone specific?
I'd like to acknowledge Christine Lytle, privilege of the board, speak on one of my constituents.
Great.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Christine Lytle. I reside at 2462 Funeral Road in Eastport, New York. I'm here today because it came to my attention that we are looking at budget proposal for 2025. In that budget, we're discussing cuts for the Department of Motor Vehicle and other departments as well, but I'm going to focus on our DMV office. These cuts are proposing that the DMV department take a staff reduction of 23%, reducing our current staff from 9 down to 7. Our office processes nearly 50,000 office transactions yearly. Not only we do those 50,000 transactions, but we're also a strong advocate for the organ donation program in our county. Perhaps some of you might know somebody who's had an organ transplanted. When I started in the county, we roughly had an enrollment rate in our county of 37%. We've gone up to a little over 67% in that time frame. In recent weeks, months, it has come to my attention that we've lost focus on what makes this community great, and that is the people that work here, the people that live here. At this time, I'd like to introduce my friend to you, my coworker, Erica Johnston. Erica, can you please stand up for us? Thank you. Erica's been working with the county since 2019 as a clerk at the DMV. This past June, Erica lost her husband to cancer. Erica, at the age of 34, finds herself now a widow, trying to raise her 2 children, 3-year-old Lydia and 7-year-old Ethan. Erica is one of those that will be impacted by these job cuts. I don't know about you, but that is not setting well with me. If there's a time when somebody needs their community to stand behind them, this is the time, not just for Erica, but for all of those. They all have a similar story. As legislators, you are elected to represent your constituents and do what is in their best interest. I don't know how losing jobs is in anybody's best interest. It doesn't only affect those persons that are behind the desk working, pushing that pencil, but also affects their families. These budget cuts are going to be affecting honest, hardworking mothers, fathers, families. They all contribute greatly to helping our community residents daily. I keep hearing, Chris, they don't care. I don't believe that. I have to believe that you're not being provided with all the information. That leads me to the word transparency. I know you're being told that these cuts, these positions in just our office are going to save you $94,000. What I don't know is if they're accounted for the unemployment rates that are going to go up, or the hours of overtime that are going to be accrued by those still employed. Did they discuss alternatives and provide you with the idea of a DMV County use tax? Did you know Chemung, Portland, Oneida, Onondaga, Oswego, and Tompkins all have county use fees for their motor vehicle departments? By instituting these county use tax fees, we would revenue over $500,000 in those fees alone. Just a thought. I'm asking you to please protect these individuals that have dedicated their time to our county. Eliminating these positions, it would send a disheartening message to other employees that loyalty, hard work are secondary to budget cuts. I understand when you're sitting there and you're putting people paper to pen to paper, you're looking at spreadsheets. These faces are what's behind that spreadsheet. Okay, it's not just all about numbers. This decision is an opportunity to lead by example. As legislators, you demonstrate that the community can take care of its own, especially during hard times. No disrespect, Madam Chair, in 2020, you asked us to look at your value. You asked us for a 100% salary increase, and that was granted. I'm asking you to look at these people, recognize their value for what it is. All we're asking is keep their positions intact. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, if I may recognize Ira resident Rachel Reese, if she's in the house. Rachel Reese, she's here. She asked for privilege of the floor.
Just couldn't find a place to park.
All right. She's not here, Madam Chair.
Okay. Go ahead, Heidi.
Madam Chair, I'd like to recognize privilege of the floor from Mr. Mike Coomer.
I don't have a history of public speaking. Something like this is entirely new to me. As I sit here and look at the points that I labored on, thinking about what I should say, all the different ideas of what people mention for I'm out here to speak, whether it's presenting facts or different stories and been through, whether it's DSS or the DMV, highway, any other department of county. Left with trying to figure out exactly what the right thing to say would be. But I'll start with what I saw in the beginning of this month as our commissioner stood before the Health and Human Services Committee. How disappointed I was to see that she wasn't even able to finish with her facts and different data that she was trying to present when it comes to why 2 positions were trying to be filled for DSS. caseworkers, whether it was for child protective or adult protective services. It was disheartening because she cares. She is a veteran. And as the ledge has been asked for years and years, come take a day, step into our shoes and see exactly what it is like to be a caseworker. Whether you were somebody like me who was out in the field until 9 o'clock at night sometimes, driving all the way to places like Kingston or Buffalo or as far north as Teresa. You can't understand what it is like to be a worker for DSS unless you have that background knowledge. I grew up with a mom who was a caseworker for Onondaga. Didn't really know until I became a caseworker. To all our friends and family, I could hear it every single day out of our mouths of what it is like to do our job, to understand, to actually sit with one of us, come out to see the homes and the people in our community that we are trying our hardest to protect. And over these last 6 months, it has just felt like we are being strung along, no end in sight for anything that has happened, for issues that the legislature has known about for well over a decade. There's no end in sight. It has been said many times in some of the emails that we've gotten that our hard work, dedication, patience, and understanding is very, very appreciated. But it is more than hard work. It is backbreaking. I don't know when the last time I got a good night's sleep is. I've never been more dedicated to anything in my life. But I don't feel the same. Not from any of you up there. From the people standing behind me, my family, my friends, yes. But not the people that were elected to represent us. Not the people that were elected to make us feel like we were valued. Now we talk about giving a 77% increase to a county manager from $190,000 roughly to over $300,000 as we're talking about cutting positions in the county. Why does that make sense? I don't understand it. My entire life, I've tried to understand government and why it is the way that it is, whether it is local or state or federal. I don't think that there's a clear answer as to why any of these decisions are being made, but you all know that it's not in our best interest, because if it was, I wouldn't still be working out of my house. I wouldn't be trying as hard as I can to keep up with all the work that was already building and mounting even before the building's closure, before COVID even happened. I wouldn't be watching myself, my coworkers breaking down sometimes multiple days during the week. So when is change supposed to happen? When are we supposed to feel like anything's going to be done? When are we supposed to feel even the slightest bit of comfort knowing that we're being seen as actual human beings and not just numbers on a spreadsheet? I hear things about how FEMA funding could have been used better back when the roof first blew off in January, but instead it was a temporary patch that I immediately knew was going to fall through in a matter of months, and yet here we are almost a year later from then. I think about just this year in general when it comes to all the money that has had to be spent on roof repairs. I look at my own salary and I think about how I have had to work roughly $5,500 in overtime. How I'm projected to make around $60,000 this year when my annual salary without overtime is supposed to be just a little bit over $52,000. Roughly 15% extra just because we have to keep up. We work jobs where we don't have the opportunity to just give up, where we don't have the opportunity to not keep giving 110% every day. Because sometimes that choice, not choice, sometimes people's lives quite literally rest in our hands. I have walked in some of the most deplorable, hazardous conditions that anybody could expect. I would do it all again, because that is where my heart lies, is with this community, keeping people safe, making sure that they know that they're heard. Whether I start my day at 7 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, whether I'm working late into the night, that never changes. I always make sure that the clients that I have know that I'm there for them. And I simply just wish that the same could be reciprocated back to the people who are running this county. You know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'd like to recognize Peter Thomas.
My name is Peter Thomas. I live at 29240 East Brita Street in Weedsport. I am the current DMV supervisor, as well as the first vice president for CSEA Unit 6250 that represents the employees of Cayuga County. I'd like to take a moment to talk about this proposed budget for 2025. As President Biden once said, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value." Looking at this budget proposal, I can tell you, you do not value the employees of this county. Madam Chair, you write in your message introducing this budget that the crisis of the county office building closure and resulting expenses associated with the displacement of hundreds of workers is not heavily impacting this budget. The rising cost of running a municipality is what's causing this budget. You state that the contractual obligation of pay raises to employees, along with raising health costs, are what's impacting this budget. It bewilders me how a contractual pay raise, which was known to the county for more than 2 years of how much would cost, along with raised insurance premiums when experts have been telling us since COVID would be inevitable, would be more of a blindside to the county than the roof blowing off the building and the inevitable environmental hazards within the building that followed. You place the blame of this budget, which would result in the loss of 23 county positions, 12 of which would mean laying off current employees, on being forced to provide living wages and health insurance to benefits to the employees who keep this county running, who despite extremely poor management and lack of communication, show up day after day to provide our residents with the services they require and depend upon. This proposal of workforce reduction, you claim, will save the county $1.2 million, yet are more than happy to sign a lease at 63 Genesee Street, currently owned by former legislator Graham Kyle, for $29,000 a month, with $1.1 million in renovations to a space the county doesn't even own. Looking into what this budget does do, it increases the county manager's salary line by almost 77%. When multiple people have asked what this salary line covered, it's told to be the salaries of the county manager, the operations officer, and the chair's personal secretary. The county manager was hired at a salary of $140,000 a year. The operations officer was hired at a salary of $75,000 a year, and the chair's personal secretary was hired at a salary of $49,000 a year. We can round up to $150,000, $80,000, and $50,000 respectively for reasonable raises next year and come to $280,000. Yet we're proposing $344,000 on this line. That's nearly $70,000. Where is that going? Speaking of the county manager, what a fortuitous event to happen just hours before this meeting that he should submit his resignation, that he will be retiring at the end of next month, when he has been blatantly absent from all of this budget proposal for the last month or more. What is that 77% going to? Are we gonna add a new county manager on top of the one we're currently paying, or just another position? Or is this gonna be the raises for those 3 positions? I just cannot see the sense here, and yet you end your introduction message to this budget by stating you feel this is a fiscally sound budget, and further go on to thank the county employees for their tireless dedication and hard work. This is the thanks that we actually get. To dismiss current employees and to blame the remaining employees for having to cut these jobs because we dare, through hard-fought negotiations, expect to get a raise in our salaries to help offset the increased cost of living that continually rises. Madam Chair, respectfully, we do not need things like that. You can keep your hollow words. Your actions speak volumes.
Very well said. Does any other legislators have anyone for privilege of the floor? I will also open it up for public to be heard. If any other members would like to speak, you're welcome to approach the microphone.
Oh, I can speak. So I've been rolling over this for a couple of weeks now. My name is Deborah Snow. I live on 25 Foot Street here in Auburn. I'm retired and I work part-time. So I have your little sheet from the budget that was sent out, the 260-page budget. And I'm the part-time one that you are getting rid of. You don't pay my retirement. You don't pay my sick time. You don't pay my vacation time because I get paid by the hour. You might think part-time is part work, but it's not. I have the same caseload as the full-time people. The only difference is my cases are mostly in town, so I wouldn't have to take the time to drive all the way up north or all the way down south. You're right. We did elect you to be our legislators. And we know that a part of this has been dumped on you. But when we elected you, we wanted you to be our voice. None of you are my voice. None of you have asked me what my job is. I'm a caseworker. That means I have at least 16 people that are dependent on me to pay their bills. They call me when they're sick. They call me when they're happy. They call because I'm a dog protector. And as you know, many agencies are losing people. We are the last resort. We're supposed to be the last resort. But a lot of these agencies, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So they call us. The police call us. Anytime someone's over 18 and something happens, we get called. Tracy gets calls, like 20 calls a week. But you want to get rid of me. You want to pay me unemployment to stay home for my skills. If that's what you want to do, I mean, of course, that's your choice. But I do have skills. I was here the first meeting. My husband and I came in June. Out of all of you, only Ben Vitale, is it Ben? Was the one that said, people, we have a crisis. He said that in June. He was the only one that recognized something was going on. I agree with my fellow workers that everybody is important, that we need everybody. These kids, all they want is what you have, retirement, health insurance for when they retire. They are working overtime like crazy. You know how much turnover we've had? If you did your homework, you would see how much turnover we have. Used to be a privilege to work for the county. I have my 30 years and, you can lay me off. But these other people, they're going to be quitting. And your community, who they want to help, are going to be the ones that suffer. Thank you.
You'll see it. Yep. On up.
Okay.
I wasn't prepared to do this at all, but I have gotten some emails and stuff today. I am one of the new APS workers. I just got my year in. I have 25 cases at this point.
Can we have your name, please?
Rebecca Allen. I live at 60 Holly Street in Auburn. I am going all the way from the farthest point in this county on Lake Como Road, all the way up to Sterling to see people. I am driving every day. I put on the county car this week, I put over 200 miles easily, and I haven't even taken it every day. I have worked through all of my lunches. I have a 4-year-old son at home, and I am a single mom. I do this all on my own. I am thinking of trying to get another job because I can't pay for anything. I can't pay my mortgage. I can't pay my car payments. I can't pay my electric to keep my electric on so that my 4-year-old has heat and running water in the house. It is hard, and I don't qualify for any of the things that we as a caseworker can help people get because I make too much money and I'm struggling. This is not okay that you are laying these guys off. Like we said in the DMV, you're laying off a single mom who just lost her husband. Like, this is not okay that we are doing this. I just got yelled at by, not yelled at, but an email worded to me that I couldn't take 2 hours that I put in for working through my lunch. I was said, you need to take at least a half an hour. I'm sorry. I don't have the half an hour to even sit down and breathe. I am calling people from morning to night. I am taking calls on weekends. I am trying to help people in the middle of the night when they text me. I am going above and beyond for everybody. And you can ask any of these caseworkers, any of my clients. I tried to go above and beyond for everybody and get what I can do. You guys cutting us and making your guys' bills and making your guys' salaries so much more is a slap in the face to all of us.
Amen.
I want to quit. I'm looking at other jobs and you are going to lose all of us. All of us. I know there's at least 10 of us between CPS and APS that are like, we're on our last legs and we don't have a place to work. This has been our home for the past 6 months. This is where we work. We can't see people out here trying to even get to a printer. We can't do. We can't get to a printer. We can't get, I have to drive to 3 different places to do one thing. I have to go to the old courthouse to get a voucher for somebody's housing. I have to then go to the Department of Health to do a Medicaid application. And then I have to drive to all of the different hotels that we put people at to help them to pay them. I have walked through feet of garbage. I have had rats run through my feet at houses. And we can't get these people out of these houses because I don't have time to sit down and look at houses and apartments for them to get them out of these disgusting places that they're living. We need everybody. If you cut Deb's position, that's going to put 5 more people on me. So that's going to put me up to 30 cases. I can't do it. I can't do it. You're going to lose all of us. I know CPS, half of them are up to 30 cases. You're going to have kids dying because they can't get to those visits to take them home, to get them into new houses, to make them safe. You guys all saw the video that was posted of when we did a removal and the cops had to take the lady down. You guys all saw that. And we are playing your guys' cover up to try to make that go away. And that's not right. So let's stop this. Let's keep our guys' positions and let's keep going. You guys don't deserve the raises. It's us that deserve it.
I'm Tony Ventura, 22 Acre Street in Auburn. I know this is probably going to be like a broken record because I've been talking about it for months now. The homeless shelter that the county put the $1 million, actually was $1.25 million they put up for the developer to buy the building. I don't know how many people are aware that once that building goes up, that the developer got money from the county to purchase the property, and they got grant money, he's going to get grant money to put it up, that the county has to pay the developer over $200,000 a year for the next 25 years.
Yeah.
So I sit here tonight listening to these stories, and it breaks my heart, because that's $1 million that's sitting out there that could be taken back and used for other things in our county, like keeping these people at work. Instead, we're taking on more expenses that we can't afford to pay. And in the very beginning, when this started, that was one of the things we talked about. Can we afford to do this? There's a lot of things we'd love to do for people. We don't have the money to do it. So I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but as I sit here listening to these people come up here and worry about their jobs and worry about their families and worry about their friends, maybe we should use that money to help this situation instead of bringing more expenses to our county that we can't afford to pay now. So I guess I'm asking the legislators to have a real serious talk with each other and yourselves. Can you afford to do this? Can you afford to keep that $1 million out there? And there's a lawsuit. I don't know how many people know that. There's an Article 78 that we filed. If the city and the developer lose the lawsuit, that $1 million is more than likely gone. Are we in a position to be able to afford to lose $1 million out of our budget, whether it was COVID money or wherever the money comes from, it's still tax money. It comes from somewhere. It comes from us. So I guess I'm asking the legislature to do the right thing. There's a lot of things I'd love to spend money on, as you would, but we can't afford it. So listen to these stories tonight. Let's do what's right and take care of the people who have taken care of you.
Giving you some time to consider if you'd like to come up.
I'm Nicole Klein, C-L-I-N-E. I work for Child Protective Services. I live at 85 North Wood Street and was not prepared, but I just want to give a little bit of an insight. So I'm not going to talk about like the statistics. You guys have heard that. What I want to talk about is what we see. So I'm going to try really hard to hold it together because I've seen a lot of people crying in the past 3 months, 4 months, and we see a lot of things. So one example, today we saw a little boy who had his butt bruised so badly he could not sit. We had to call the police. We had to go see that family. That causes trauma. We have people in court right now that we can't help. We can't help them see their children. We can't give them a place to see their children because of the housing crisis. But that also affects us because then we have people, many staff, who are helping to do visits after hours, who are taking these people, putting them in the car, taking them out, spending their Friday nights where they should be with their family. And they're spending those at the mall. They're spending those at the library. I've seen it. Mike, he was at the library when I was there with my children doing a visit so that those people could see their children. We are trying to reunite families, but we can't do that if we have less of us. We just can't. It's not going to work. We have children who are being sexually abused, and we need to be able to spend more time with them. We bring them to the Child Advocacy Center. They spill their guts to people they don't know. They don't know us. They don't know any of us, but we're there. Like my co-supervisor, Kristen, we are working on cases, supervising caseworkers. And like the other day, she and I were like, okay, let's take a second to breathe. We had 14 cases in the matter of an hour and a half, 14 cases. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a lot. When you have 7 workers, so when you have 7 workers, that's 2 years. That was only an hour and a half. That's not even the whole entire week. That's crazy. That means we're not able to give the people that they need the time that they need to actually help figure out the situation. People aren't getting fed. Like we go and take people to pantries, like everybody's working so hard. And I just moved to Auburn, so I don't have a huge understanding of everything. I'm not gonna pretend I do. But I do understand this job. I've been doing this for 15 years. So I see the hard work. I see people crying. I see people calling me like, I literally have no idea how to breathe. I can't even get this stuff done. But right now, and we just got the email today, we are at 0% of safeties that are overdue. For those who don't know what that means we're seeing people. We are skipping lunches. We are working overtime to get that stuff done. And that is a huge thing. Like, people who've worked in this job know that is huge. We have cases with 10 kids were on a case the other day, 10 kids spread out, multiple schools, multiple places, multiple parents that we have to talk to about what's going on. Keep these children safe. I do not want to see what happened in Oswego County. I do not want to see what happened in Onondaga County. And my workers will tell you they don't like me sometimes, and I'm fine with it. But it's because I'm like, hey, we gotta do this. We gotta do this. We're keeping these kids safe. Because if we don't do those things, these kids are at risk. And we can't solve every problem, but we try our damnedest to do what we can. So keep in mind when you're thinking about this stuff, those children who are being bruised, broken, sexually abused. And I'm not just talking like somebody hurt them because it happened. Like, we have parents who need guidance. They need us more than ever. And we can't give that to them because we have to go to the next case. It sucks, I'll be honest. It really does. And I'm a pretty honest person, I'm pretty blunt, and that's really hard for workers who cared. Like, every single one of us has sat in our car at night and cried because it's something we've seen, something we've heard. A child telling you that something happened to them is one of the most traumatic things that somebody can do. Think about that. And you have people who are willing to do the job of being traumatized on a daily basis to keep people safe. So just think about that. Again, I don't have the statistics. I have a wonderful team who has lots of statistics, but my statistics are these kids' stories. Like, that is what matters. That's really what counts. Like, you think that we do a great job now. Wait until we actually feel appreciated. Wait until we actually feel that from you.
Yes.
Like, I'm telling you, like, one of the biggest pieces of this is not about, like, money's great. I get it. I'm not a money person. They'll tell you I don't even have like half the stuff on the phone that people do. But I will tell you this. I walk into Walmart and I see people and I'm like, hey, how you doing? And they actually know who I am because I took enough time to care. I may not have got paid for all of that time, and I may be tired at the end of the day, but I care enough to ask the question. I mean, we work really hard, and seeing that appreciation really will make people feel so much better about what they do. And as Mike said, sleep a little better. I mean, right now we have an unfortunate circumstance with the building. Like, I'm not going to judge it. It is what it is. But these people work hard. So giving that back to them and keeping those people there that we can is really important. So thank you. I appreciate it.
My name is Margaret Warren. I live at 28 Oak Drive in Union Springs. Again, I wasn't prepared to talk tonight, but I have a question for you as legislators. You sit here and want to cut the budget and expect all of the county employees to give something up. I want to know what you're giving up. As part-time county employees, as legislators, do you not get free healthcare for life?
No.
No. Would
This
you
isn't a back
pay the
and forth
same rates for healthcare as we do?
I don't contribute. Not on healthcare.
Okay, so again, I want to know what you guys are willing to give up because you're asking a lot of all the departments. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Signorelli. I live at 6175 4th Street. And I work for the county as a staff social worker. And I can say that very proudly because I have wanted to be a social worker since I was 12. This county, the CPS workers are the reason why I am a social worker. And I want to tell you guys this story because the circle fully does go around. I worked with a social worker and lived in a different county. They drove all the way to that county to see me. And then build that relationship to the point where they helped me set up my very first bedroom. And then they made such an impact that I still, to this day, speak to them. And I'm 36, I was 12. That's how much of an impact. Now, fast forward, I'm currently deal with CPS, no longer, thankfully, but I have custody of my niece. And because of the people in this room, right there, I feel comfortable doing that. They were the ones that showed up at 10 p.m. at night and helped me remove my niece and my nephews. I don't think any of these congressmen, any of you guys knew what was happening, but I'm sure they know. Every single one of them knew. And they were the ones calling me. And I'm hopeful that because of them, my niece is also resilient like me. So when you're firing and you're letting go people, remember that's a whole society of children in the foster care that could be resilient. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to approach, you're welcome to.
Can I talk again?
That's okay with me.
I disagree with 63 Genesee Street. Have you seen those windows there? They're like this on the first 2 floors. If there's a fire or anything, I don't even know. Has OSHA been able to assess the place? The windows are like this that I wouldn't be able to get out if there was a fire. There's no parking. We're gonna have kids that are being removed in the middle of winter that we have to bring into that building, walk from where? I don't know where. Where's the parking that we're gonna be allowed to park at? I think if that lease has not been signed yet, we shouldn't sign it. At least it's signed. So I've been to, we have to do lots of trainings and everything. So I've been to other counties. Like down in Ithaca, the whole DSS is in one building. Everybody has their own, DMV's in a strip mall. It doesn't, we all do not have to be in one building to begin with. I think we should look into Blessed Trinity School. I think we should forget about the county office building, look into something else that's going to meet our needs as such a unit. Does that not make sense?
Yes.
You're on the 6th floor, so it's like half the time the elevator doesn't work, none of the windows work. That's not going to be changed with asbestos. It's not going to be changed. We're going to have an old building that doesn't work. Right?
Anyone else want to go twice? Here we go.
My name is Shelley Del Popper. I live at 173 Vananda Street. I am a county employee. I work at 9 months. Our department is not going to be affected by layoffs, but I'm here to support all the other agencies in the county. When the county office building closed, the workers, we do have a page that we can talk on. And I have never seen so many people upset that they could not go to work. And they were extremely upset. Your county workers, we make nothing. You know what we make. The average person, I think, is maybe $42,000, but many are lower than that. So when you're giving us 3% raises, those raises are really nothing. They don't even cover our insurance. So, but these people show up. They love their jobs. They love the community they work for. You heard the stories. They love helping people. And by cutting jobs, you may say that there's so many that these jobs right now, there's no one in it. So you feel you can cut it. I can tell you at 911, when someone calls in sick or someone's on vacation, that position has to be filled. It is mandated. Last year, I worked 800 hours of overtime. My overtime amounted to $30,000. I made $90,000 last year. There's probably not many people in here that can say that because our job has to be filled. Is it a burnout? Absolutely. Will we do it? Absolutely, because we're there for the community. That's the job we took. That's the responsibility we take. We work holidays. You can be at work. If someone calls in, you're stuck. Guess what? You're not going to your child's birthday party. You're not going to your child's game. All these people, they do the same thing. The same thing. And they love what they do. They're upset that they don't have a building to go into. Most people, I know, we've seen it during COVID because we still had to work. I seen you there every day. Most people enjoyed it. Oh my God, I can stay in my pajamas. These people hate it. They don't want to be home. They want to be able to get with their coworkers and do their job. And what they do every day to make that happen while that building is closed, and now you're going to cut their jobs so they have to work twice as hard, and they will. Not for you, but for that community. Those it's just making us. I think we're past anger at this point anymore. I think everybody's just sad.
Disappointed.
I don't know if you guys ever go home from work and cry, because we do. Every job that this county has is a job that when you're there, you never know what's going to happen, and you will have the worst days of people's lives, the worst. And you deal with it, and you go home to your family, and you want to cry, and you're burnout, you're tired. But then you think of that family that just lost a child, that had a child taken away, that the elderly person they found in filth with maggots all over their body because no one was taking care of them. These people are taking care of them. These people, don't cut those positions. Do whatever you have to do. The county could be making money. You have to turn this around. It's not the taxes that are always going to keep this county going. I don't get out that often because obviously I used to work a lot of overtime. But one time I went on a ride along up in Sterling. The county has the most beautiful property. This county is gorgeous. Market it. Change the way you think. Don't think that the taxpayers are going to support all this. Other ways. Think about it. Go to the other counties. At one time, I know J. Justin Wood, he had talked about shared agency with the city and the county and everything else. Instead of buying, a $500,000 piece of equipment that you really, really need, but you're only going to use it a couple times a year, you share it with all the city or the county or the municipalities. Syracuse did it years and years and years ago. The first year you saved the most money. They saved millions of dollars in the city of Syracuse, but you will continually save each year. That can save these jobs that are being cut. That was a proposal years ago, but it just got dropped. I'm asking all of you to look into these things. Don't just look at the pieces of paper in front of you. Think outside the box, like we all have to do. Everything's gone up, everything. We can't afford to live on one paycheck anymore. And when you do, you figure out things to do. You become creative. Get creative. Think outside the box. Look at the property around us. Can some of it be sold and get back on the taxes? Can some of it be developed that we can market that and bring people in? By bringing people in, we will bring in money to this commons, but we're not bringing that money in anymore. Look at this building, a great resource, but nobody even knows about it. Now we do because we're here, but maybe only because my brother-in-law works here do I know about it, but these are wonderful, wonderful places that the county has to offer. Start marketing the county, market it, get the money coming in and save these jobs and save the community. And you know what? We will love every one of you for that if you take that time. We will not be angry. We will not sit here standing up applauding our coworkers and the people that we work with. Because we really work for pennies. We do. If you look at the other counties, but why? Because Syracuse look what they have. Look what all our neighbors have. Canandaigua, all of them. They have a big resource of money, and you've got to really start looking that way. You've got to change your way of thinking. It's not going to come from the taxes. And I'll be on a committee if you want me to. I'll market Cayuga County because it is a gorgeous county. So make it a beautiful county. Make it a beautiful county for workers. Let the workers go out and say how much they love working for you. Give yourself a good name.
My name is Alan Penner. I live out in Scipio, 1792 Center Road. I wasn't prepared to speak. I'm not a public speaker, but I just want to give support to the services. I am an examiner there. I'm not an actual caseworker, but I open all these cases. I close them. I put payment lines on. I do legal entries for all the courts, the places that the caseworkers have to do, the documents. I got to put everything in the system. And me being a citizen of this county, I also do my due diligence of serving my community, and I took 4 months for my job, 1 day a week to serve on the grand jury, which put me way behind in my work. I do eligibility for all these cases so that the county can get federal dollars back from either the federal, the state, or the county. Right now, I can tell you I have 14, 15 cases that need to be open sitting on my desk. And with us being displaced and everything, it's hard. It takes twice as long to do everything because we don't have our proper equipment and everything. And, things get behind. I meet with my supervisor weekly so she can help me prioritize all this information so that it can get done, so we can serve our community. And like other people have said, all you need to think about that and put yourself in our shoes. I mean, what would you do? I mean, how our families are suffering because we're mentally stressed out. It's affecting all of our mental health, and it's something has to be done about it because we're going to, lose a lot of people. And I just don't, I'm done, I guess. I just want to put a little bit out there.
Hello, I know you guys are probably sick of us by now, but, and I'll try to keep it brief. Melissa Reeves, 2805 Dunn Road, Weedsport. I spoke in the end of August and actually drew some positivity between Mr. Muldrow, Mr. Anna, Mr. Winslow. They all came to see us at the old WEC in the old post office. And a couple of them actually were appalled
and rightly so. So we're still there, we're managing. I'm lucky enough that I'm in the best company where I work. I have phenomenal coworkers. And we have done our best. When one person is down, everybody else tries to draw them back up. And that's what I see here tonight. We are all standing together. I just want to remind you all that these positions that you're thinking about cutting are people. And that's what's important here. It's not the position, it's the people. We're working with the community, for the community, and with each other. And we can't lose people to that. So, people.
I don't think I need the mic. I'm glad I'm on. Got a room full of great workers. Sorry for your condition of pay and benefits. But what's failed in this county is the economic development. If we had a bigger tax base, we would be able to pay more money. The economic development team has failed. It's time to get a new team. You know, in my career at the county, we only put up one milk plant. We should have had 10 of them, or 10 businesses that we could hang our hat at. So we've got to restructure the economic development team. Thank you.
I have one more thing.
Here's the end.
I'm gonna retire and I'm gonna run for legislature. No, I just wanted to tell you that we did have a meeting last week and, representative who was an asbestos, expert. And, a lot of you have also spent significant time in that building. So probably we are going to try to get, from the state, a form that says, I have been exposed to asbestos in my workplace. Please give me a baseline chest X-ray. All of you should probably get it too if you've been in that building, because it's not just the asbestos. The air quality has been reported too, that people are having colds or they're having sinus problems or whatever. So I'm just making you all aware that everyone should probably get a baseline chest X-ray.
Okay.
I'm going to open it up again to anyone who wants to speak to the public hearing specifically. The attorneys are looking at me. It's again, a local law to override the tax levy limit established in general municipal law 3-C. Anybody wants to speak to that? Okay, I'm going to move on to the rest of the agenda. Yes,
I call for a 5-minute coffee.
yes, you can. Good. Okay. It's 5?
For your group?
Ryan,
for your group or everybody?
Recess?
Caucus is a caucus.
You mean an executive session or a caucus?
What do you mean?
I'm trying to think about what I mean. You know what? Yeah, let's do 10 minutes, all of us. Yes.
Executive session, second.
Executive session. Second?
You have to ask him. He can hear you better than you can hear me.
We're going to do executive session.
Second.
That qualifies. Second. Mark. Oh, not for.
Otherwise, you can call a caucus. Okay, 10 minutes. Okay?
Discussion?
No, you can do your own and we'll do our, I guess that's for caucus.
That's fine. Are you doing caucus or executive?
Caucus.
That's what I'm hearing. Yes.
Did somebody second? I don't think do you need a second for caucus?
Oh,
I don't know.
second? Let me. Yes, why don't you take a few of those, Elaine? Take a few, keep going. Fill your pockets.
Okay.
Like,
Okay, I'm gonna can't mind this part. I'll take a second. Besides, you want
This is any good? Tom's gonna be the only one to have money?
Appointment at freaking 8 o'clock.
He's the only one that's gonna have a cookie? Are you buying
someone on the phone who'd like to speak to the public hearing.
Ooh.
And so we're just getting them on the phone right now. They notified us that they want to speak. You can go to the microphone.
Still there?
Doug, is that microphone on?
Yes, it is.
Awesome.
If you would start by saying who you are and go from there.
Okay, good evening. This is Karen Walter.
Ready here?
15 Case Avenue, Auburn, New York. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I wanted to start off by objecting to the resolution to increase the tax levy to do the waiver, especially when there's no value amount listed, unless it's been amended. But the copy I saw, it is not listed to what level it may be increased. And as spoken before, I've spoken before, transparency, and especially in these economic times, it can't be effective, in my opinion. So I would strongly urge the legislature to vote against this, unless it comes to that with an actual development. Along those same lines, the reason that possible increase of the, is due to the budget problems that these individuals spoke about this evening. And oftentimes personnel is the first to go because it's the east. Still reason. All right, different positions are targeted, and that's how sometimes corporations or other entities try to influence a budget. I want to just reiterate that the budget regarding the proposed homeless shelter, the 2023 budget that Christina Bianco alluded to earlier was $2 million a year. And that did not include providing food, which is required from OTDA if you're going to handle a shelter. Also, at $2 million, there's a rental fee of $210,000 that goes to housing commissions. That's a lot of money. And I don't think that that's the best service. I don't know if it's in the 2025 budget. I was not able to see it. It's a concern. Second concern, of course, is the $1 million that has been allocated and targeted for a homeless shelter at Grand Avenue. If that money is not reallocated by this year, and it's not proceed, $1 million is lost forever. And given that the developer has not been timely or kept to his timeline, the county has the opportunity to recoup that money. And I think that that would be wise, because there should be a list of other mitigating factors, other infrastructure that the county sorely needs. And due to these change in circumstances, i.e. the county office building, for example, it's time that a hard look be taken at that. So I hope the county legislature appreciates or at least considers this view and acts accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Anytime.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to minutes to approve. Second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you. We have appointments and reappointments. We have WQMA appointments, Carrie Terwilliger, Evan Tuthill, and Ani Fish. And we have an appointment to the Board of Health, Dr. Leah Weinberg. Can I get a motion? Get a second?
Second.
Any discussion on these appointments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Don't have any communications or announcements. Next up is CCC report, Dr. Durant.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good to be with you. Respect the time, I'll be a little more brief than usual, but tonight before you have two resolutions coming through government ops that represent strategic priorities in the college and certainly important work. One of them is related to a successor agreement with our ESP group at the college. It's a 4-year agreement in front of you. It's already been approved by that entity, as well as our college's board of trustees. So as the third part of the process as required of us through the State University of New York, we seek to get the county legislature's approval of the agreement. And hope that you'll support that agreement. I also want to take a moment publicly and just appreciate the leadership, the negotiation leadership of the ESP group. I participated directly within the process with the chair of our trustees, human resource director, council, and really felt like it was an important dialogue and very much wanted to thank them for their openness, their leadership and ability to come to an agreement. And I certainly urge you and ask for your support for that agreement tonight. In addition, we have in front of you a resolution that is comes as a capital support. Again, given the process with the college, I'll use a little educational moment that way it's not confusing. We have an opportunity when we have an opportunity for us to do any sort of capital improvement, we required to secure a local share that can come in many different forms. And that local share, if it's approved by the state of New York, allows us to be in a position to get a match for that local share. And so, and we've done many of these in my time here over the last 10 years. Usually it's creative and sometimes complex. It's one that's actually one of the more straightforward ones for the college. That is, our college foundation has pledged $100,000 towards a capital project that we've already for inclusion in the 2025 New York State budget to match up probably $100,000 more to be able to acquire a property adjacent to the college that would then become part of the college ownership, if you will, held in trust by you for the entire for us. So we come to you in the process, not for any financial support, but for the approval of the capital request that our college board is making to the state. And one of the resolutions required in our package to get that match is the endorsement from you. Perhaps similarly to the plan that you heard earlier that you endorsed as part of a package to the state. And so that is, standing in front of you today, there's not asking for any financial impact directly for you and support from the county. However, we need your support in order to move it forward. If so, we'll be able to acquire that property and then we'll anticipate its reimbursement for the full amount once the enacted budget comes in place in April or so of next year. So those are two resolutions. And lastly, I'll just say, the college, we're wrapping up our fall semester. I'm pleased to report that we are up about 6% in enrollment this year over last year. Last year, we were at about 3.5% increase in enrollment over the previous year. So this is 2 years in a row of growth, if you will. For us, we think there's many things that contribute to it, but our focus, as I've talked about for years, is looking at the captive audience that we serve, looking at our high school partners, looking at our alignment with workforce. How do we serve individuals from a distance? And most importantly, right now with our strategic plan, how do we increase the success rates of our students when it comes to increasing their persistence rate and certainly in graduation and completion rates. And, I know the chair mentioned last month about some programs we brought in place, and we've been using lots of grants to bring in some different resources to college, your student retention efforts. Hopefully they'll continue to stabilize and we'll continue to be able to have stable enrollment.
even with our demographics as they project to be at this point. So again, it's year to year, we're not in an end for us. We're just focused on our stabilization and continue to focus on our initiatives and hopefully they'll prove stability on the enrollment side. I'd be happy to answer your question.
Any questions, Dr. Grant? Very none. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Next on the agenda is the chair report. I just want to start by thanking everyone who's been here today. I know it takes a lot of courage. A lot of courage. I want to clarify something. As chair of this organization group, I take information in from that reflects the majority of this group. Right? Nothing that was in your tentative budget, what might be in your budget, was developed in the back. So a lot of folks have a lot of considerations, but I think indeed you've given us some great information to consider, to think about. But it is reflective of nearly all of us sitting here too. So I just want to make that clear as well. I do want to thank the legislature for their productive dialogues and for the time as they prioritize meetings, both in public and behind the scenes over the past few weeks. Although we are not done, this budget is not done. This was a starting point. This was to put something up. We are charged with being fiscally responsible. That's why we get elected. People put a lot of pressure on us to get the finances in order in the county. We have to weigh that with doing things that are potentially disruptive. We know that's terrible, and we're in a terrible situation. So I think you've really given us a lot to think about, and I want to make sure that you know that. But we are not done, and I think we're working together to set a stage to set a fiscally responsible path forward. I do want to update everyone on the roof repair. The roof rebuild is complete. There's 2 exhaust fans that remain to be replaced when they're received, along with a part for the penthouse, which is on back order. The parking lot behind the building and spots in front of the building will be made accessible once the contractors have demobilized their equipment. If our building didn't look like the picture of hazardous material, it certainly did with all the homes and the fencing around it. So I'm really happy that that's going to be lifted. Our building as scary as potentially has been looking. Oh my gosh, thank you. Yes, thanks. Sorry. Appreciate it. The building emergency does continue. And I'm saying this not for our workforce, but for the legislature. The building resource team has been meeting weekly and continues to offer solutions and ideas to meet the challenges of this crisis. Due to several air and wipe samples that came back clean from the first floor of the county office building, the resource team carefully planned access to the first floor. This was to retrieve personal items for our employees, in addition to IT retrieval for equipment. Thank you. Thanks. This was an opportunity to seize because due to the nature of the test results, as it lent to the understanding from the reports received by Lozier Environmental and Collier's architects that items can be removed without decontamination. So we saw this as an opportunity to get in and get some things out that didn't have to go through the decontamination process. It saved us money. We could make use of those items. We can store them. So we took that opportunity. All the clear air and surface samples made it possible to access the first floor for a time frame of about 30 days. I met with CSEA officers and their labor relations specialists to review the findings. On the next day after that meeting, we met with the employees of the first floor. We utilized the services of Colden Environmental Consultants. They came into the first floor themselves, reviewed all the reports, as well as joined the union leadership meeting. They were also on hand to meet with first floor employees the next day to answer questions and to go over clarification. The New York State DMV customer-facing equipment was retrieved, and that happened on 11/12. The first floor access timeline began October 17th and wrapped up on November 12th. The time frame for clearance is now expired. We will not enter the first floor or retrieve items unless further testing is scheduled and completed. The fact remains that floors 2 through 6 are deemed contaminated. The basement has been accessed for IT and maintenance and building maintenance only. As I mentioned, we heard from you this evening, but I wanted to, and you said a lot to me and to my colleagues. I want to also speak to my colleagues. All departments and employees continue to strive to serve the public with the highest quality of service delivery. However, please keep in mind that we are still in an emergency. ESS, for example, is a department that has 68 employees who are working 100% remote. That equates to 50% of their workforce. This includes caseworkers, the commissioner and deputy commissioner, grade B supervisors, senior caseworkers, senior social welfare examiners, principal social welfare examiners, human services examiner, staff development supervisors, supervising attorney, and paralegal. The remote workers have been working off small devices and must find a county location to print documents, as we heard before, meet with their supervisors, meet with clients, or meet with partner agencies. These employees and their leadership have made this work for the past 6 months. And it's incredible to think about this amount of time, because when we first entered into this crisis, at most we thought that we would be back in the building in 3 months' time. Among all of the turmoil and getting people relocated, we also understood from an HR perspective that we needed to provide our management with some leadership and some more tools for their toolbox. This month, HR offered management training for the hybrid workforce to help add tools to management and supervisors about how to evaluate productivity from afar and utilize new methods of management. And this was very well attended. Appreciate that. I don't want to, repeat myself, and I have always said that our workforce is our biggest asset in this county. And I, for one, am very proud to sit here today and listen to you. Very well spoken. I'm very impressed, actually, by the fact that you could get up here and do that. I, for one, have really taken that in. So I do appreciate you. And that concludes my report. Does anyone have any questions for me? I'm going to take change in this agenda, and we're going to start with our Health and Human Services resolutions. And I'm going to ask Legislator Nightingale to offer those up.
Thank you. Health and Human Services had 15 resolutions for November. And I would like to start with HH1 was defeated at Health and Human Services Committee meeting. Just as a point of clarity and education for our public, any defeated resolution can always be brought back. HH2, I'd like to put on the table. This is authorizing the public health director to fill a part-time rabies coordinator within the health department.
I make a motion.
Second.
Any discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
HH3, coming from the social services to fill a senior clerk position, was also defeated at HHS. But again, that can always come back, and I encourage our department heads to talk with me about that as the oversight chair. I have several that I would like to bundle, and these reflect the need funds. So HH4, HH11, HH12, and HH14 all allow us to accept funds, including state funding for the rental supplemental program, social services. HH11 allowing us to accept regional abatement dollars and state opiate dollars settlement as a pass-through to the city of Auburn. HH12 authorizes us to accept regional OMH state aid and enter into various contracts with OMH state aid funded contracts on behalf of the Central New York Directors Planning. Our director of mental health belongs to there. And HH14 authorizing the Director of Community Services, also, who directs our mental health clinic, to accept regional abatement dollars from opioid settlements.
Okay, can you move HH4, 11, 12, and 14? I'll move it. Need a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on these four? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Those are carried.
Madam Chair, I would also like to bundle HH5, HH6, HH7.
Bless you.
Bless you. HH10 and HH13 and HH15. All of these resolutions have to do with entering into contracts, agreements that range from interpreting purposes for social services, contracts that allow for case management at Chapel House, transitional housing alternative for housing clients at Chapel House, allowing us to accept interns into our mental health clinic, allowing us to contract with Frio Community Meals, Aging, where we've gotten great reviews from our director from the Office of Aging. Also for DSS to enter into contracts with various clinical psychologists as needed to conduct clinical parental and child assessments for our child welfare cases.
Okay. So we're going to bundle 5, 6, 7, 10, 13, and 15. I'll make a motion. Motion as a bundle. Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion on this bundle? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carried.
HH8 and HH9 were tabled at the Health and Human Services meeting, and they were tabled to our December meeting. So authorizing the Commissioner of Social Services to fill a caseworker vacancy in the child welfare unit and one in the adult protective unit will be discussed at the December 4th meeting.
Okay.
And that concludes the review of HHS's resolutions.
Thank you, Legislator Nightingale. Up next, we'll go to government operations with Legislator Muldrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You got GO1, the Chair of the Legislature and Commissioner of the County Board of Elections to sign a contract with the New York State Board of Elections to accept the New York State Board of Elections grant.
I'll make a
This
motion.
went through Ways and Means and Government Office as well, both committees.
I'll move it.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
GO2 also went through both committees, authorizing the Chair of the Legislature and the Commissioner of the Cayuga County Board of Elections to sign a contract with the New York State Board of Elections to accept the general election grant and ballot by mail grant.
Move it.
Nightingale second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
GL3, committees, authorizing within, we voted. Did I jump over there? Do we all?
No, we voted.
You get to.
Authorize the board election for the 2024 budget.
We get a motion?
I move it.
Second.
I'll second.
Any discussion on this one? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
Authorizing the Cayuga County Legislature to approve the contract to purchase the property at 251 Franklin Street, Albany, New York, and hold the same in trust for the Cayuga County Community College.
I'll move it.
Second.
I have a question real quick now.
Discussion.
Yeah, should the wording in there as far as purchase the property at 231 Franklin, is that correct? 'Cause we're not,
It was explained at, oh, go ahead.
yeah, I mean,
No,
I know the explanation. I mean, I know what we're doing with it, but I mean, because we're not technically purchasing it, we're just holding it,
Well,
right?
the county is purchasing it on behalf of the
Yeah, okay.
college and holding it in trust. The foundation is putting up half the money and the state department's.
Because they can't purchase property, Fred? Correct. The college, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
GO5, authorizing the chair of the legislature to extend the contract with the Auction International to December 31st, 2025 for the auction services of surplus assets.
I move it.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
GO6, authorizing transfer of funds within the Cayuga County Veteran Services Agency for the 2024 budget.
But
Second, Mark.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
Finally, this also went through both committees. GO7, authorizing the collective bargaining agreement between the Cayuga County Educational Support Professional Bargaining Unit and the Cayuga County College for the period of September 1st to 2024 through August 31st, 2020.
Nightingale, move it.
second,
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Legislator Muldrow. Up next, we have Sally, Planning and Public Works.
Madam Chair, Planning and Public Works has 10 resolutions. 8 of them have gone through both committees. 1 and 2 have been tabled. I would like to present 3, 4, and 5 as a bundle. And these are all around our planning department and different agreements and things that really are not going to cost the county any money.
Andy?
I move the bundle.
Great.
3, 4, and 5.
Nightingale, second.
All right, any discussion on these? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
EPW 6, 7, and 8, I'd also like to bundle. 2 of them are regarding services at the Sterling Nature Center. The other one is for a purchase of a excavator at the park, which is going to be done this year, so we could take it out of next year's budget.
Move it. Bundle 6, 7, and 8.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
EPW 9 and 10, I'd also like to bundle. 9 is for the work that's going to be done at the historic post office, which will be 100% reimbursed by New York State. 10 is for the energy work that we're doing to get a new contract with our electric and gas, which was reviewed at our committee meeting.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion on these? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in reference to PW 1 and 2, they were tables until January. I have the 2 resolutions here in front of me. I'd like to reintroduce both of them. PW two is the snowplow operator for,
God bless you.
it's to fill the need of a motor equipment operator, heavy position to the highway department due to a vacancy. I'd like to introduce that, reintroduce that resolution for consideration tonight.
Madam Chair, I would request that any of these type of resolutions come at the end of our regular resolutions. That's possible, unless you want to do it now, but normally we would do these when all the committees have been completed. Chairwoman.
Yes, no, I'm thinking about this. I was under the full impression that we were talking about this later. We will move this to the end, so.
I don't have a problem with it. As long as it's-
Conversations, thank you.
Will not be forgotten.
Few things. Thank you, Mr. Strong. I'm going to move to judicial public safety, Legislator Anna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. JPS has 11 resolutions. I'd like to begin with JP one, authorizing the chair of the legislature to sign a 6-month contract with Eaton Corporation for maintenance of the MPS with backup 911.
I'll move it.
Second it, Mark.
Okay, any discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carried.
JP two is to amend the 2024 assigned council budget to accept additional state aid that will be used to offset legal defense expenditures.
I'll move it.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
I'd like to bring to a bundle 3 and 4. Authorization to create and fill a part-time community accessibility board coordinator in the district attorney's office. This is also for number 4, which is authorizing the chair of the legislator to execute and approve 425 give grant gun and involved violence elimination initiative funding award for the Cayuga County District Attorney's Office in the amount of 107,155. JP 3 is a requirement of JP 4.
Move it.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carried.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to bundle 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5, authorize the chair of the Cayuga County Legislature and the county sheriff to accept grant from the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Program. 6, authorizing the chair of the legislature and the Cayuga County sheriffs to accept a grant from the New York State Traffic Safety. 7 is authorizing the chair of the legislature and the sheriff to sign an agreement with a qualified company to provide food service for the incarcerated population in the Cayuga County Jail. And 8 is a resolution authorizing the Cayuga County sheriffs and the Auburn Police Department to enter into a memorandum of understanding for mutual aid pursuant to New York State General Municipal Law.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on the bundle? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
JP 9, Madam Chair, requires a 2/3 vote. That's authorizing the budget transfers for the Cayuga County Sheriff's Office.
I'll move it.
Second it, Mark.
Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes.
And finally, Madam Chair, JP 11 and 12, let the bundle them, authorizing the chair of the legislature and the Cayuga County Emergency Services to accept the New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services fiscal 2020 emergency management performance plan to enhance all hazardous preparedness, I can't read tonight, mitigation, response, and recovery. JP 12 is authorizing the chair of the Cayuga County Legislature and the Cayuga County Emergency Services Director to accept the New York State Division of Homeland Security program to fund law enforcement activities related to terrorism prevention, cybersecurity, citizen prevention, protection, information sharing, and community preparedness.
That's a mouthful. Thank you. I'll move it.
Second it, Mark.
Okay, any discussion on this bundle? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Thank you, Legislator Anna. Now we'll go back to Ways and Means. I'm going to just, hold on a second. Gonna officially close the public hearing. Good? Okay. All right. Legislator Daley, Ways and Means?
Yes, Ways and Means had 11 resolutions, although Ways and Means 2 was pulled. What I'd like to do is save Ways and Means 1 for last. So we can go over, I'll go through them quickly. Basically, they were approved at committee. We had full explanation from Delicato, authorizing the corrections of real property taxes in the amount of $2,500, authorizing the levy of agricultural conversion payments, authorizing the levy of taxes for the Cayuga County Water and Sewer Authority in the County Water District 3 and the Sewer District 2, which she says is an annual resolution. Authorize the Director of Real Property Tax Services to apportion community college costs for tax purposes. Exemption for real property in the town of Sterling. I noticed legislator Anna did from that vote. Authorizing software license agreement with GAR Associates LLC. Authorize the county treasurer to pay mortgage tax. Authorize the levy of omitted taxes. And last was the prorate cost of services provided to the towns, which we did pass that resolution, but Jenny is going to come back, give us additional information and maybe a relook at how these services are being prorated to make sure that the county is securing the reimbursements from the towns and villages for the work that they're doing. But if I can get a motion for 3 through 11, or if
I'll move 3 through 11, and I'd like to exclude 7 so that the vote can be taken separately on that.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on the budget? 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Madam Chair, I have a question about the prorate cost. No, Jenny said that she'd come back with us. But is there any numbers that we need to be concerned with before we pass this resolution?
I think this resolution will pass as is because that's the best information that she has in terms of the past of how that they've done business. A third of the salary times or a third of the salary costs. And going forward, she would get some additional information about what actually the towns and villages are required to do that the county is doing on their behalf. And if she needs to, she will keep a time study to see if this 1/3 ratio that she has is actually realistic or it's not. So she sort of inherited this from the past administrators. And we asked her to take a look at it and see if it's real, if the county is realizing the reimbursement that they're due for the work that they're doing on behalf of the towns and villages.
So will we need to, is it just a resolution or are we gonna have to actually change the law?
No, this resolution, if I'm not mistaken, will allow the county to recognize about $157,000. And she explained that based on the calculations she's doing, that the last quarterly payment of taxes, they will be withheld from the payments to the towns and villages that are affected.
Okay. You satisfied,
Yes.
I guess so.
I like number 11 separated.
Okay,
Okay.
separate 11 from the bundle. I'm sorry, can I just go ahead and do that? Who am I looking at?
Yeah, but there's no opposition. I take it so, yes.
Okay, so we'll do 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10 as a bundle. Any discussion on those resolutions as a bundle? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carried. Go ahead.
7. Authorizing the municipal exemption for real property for the property tax law, appropriate sections in the town of Sterling.
Move it.
I'm going to be abstaining as well, just so you're aware. I'll second.
Okay.
Any discussion on this?
All in favor? Yeah.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1 abstain. Thank you. WM 11.
You wanted this separated, Hans, to prorate the cost of services provided to two towns?
I move 11.
I'll second it for discussion.
Ready for?
I'd like to see the list,
You would like to see the list of,
what the proration is gonna be, who's gonna be affected by it, et cetera, et cetera.
okay, there was and we can certainly get more information from her. There was a dollar amount in this resolution that I was under the impression if this resolution didn't pass, then we would not be able to take any of that income from those towns and villages. So that's why we let it pass. But she's going to do a better job in really getting to the heart of the matter of how much of our staff time is being spent on town and village required work when it comes to levying taxes. But it did have a dollar amount in it.
I have that dollar amount, Madam Chair.
Okay, what was it?
$1,500, $1,052,778.
Yes, okay.
It's a third of the salary plus fringes.
So, yeah, it was my understanding, if this didn't pass, then there would not be any movement to recovering those funds.
It does make sense.
Well, I guess we can, yeah, we can get.
Somebody performs service, they're entitled to compensation for that service.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. And I think she was kind of put her on the spot because we were asking quite a few questions. Is this dollar amount based on the work that her staff is doing on behalf of the towns and villages that is actually their responsibility to do? And she hesitantly said, yes. And she said, this formula has been in existence for a number of years. And she wasn't quite sure where the 1/3 salary and fringe came from. But she was going to do a lot more investigation on actually what it is that the county is providing for the towns and villages, so the towns and villages can pay their fair, appropriate amount.
It looks like at least 75% that the county is paying for towns and villages of the total budget, which the sum is around $1 million.
Well, and I thought she said a third of her staff time was spent on this work. But
A third of the time that the staff spent is what we're charging them.
oh, a third.
But she's
okay.
also checking to see who's actually required to do this work, whether it's the county that's required to do it, or if we're just doing it for the towns because the towns are required to, but we're doing it for them. So those are the things she's looking into. But if we don't pass this, then we can't recover this money this year anyhow.
It sounds weird.
Mhm.
Absolutely weird.
Yep.
Weird? Huh? We do a lot of weird things.
Do a lot of stupid.
So
Passing resolutions we don't understand.
I understand it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So if we don't pass this, we can't collect the monies for 2024. But if we pass it, are we beholden to this rate in 2025's budget?
I don't think.
Well, I mean, the amount if 152,778 totals, it's computed 1/3 salary plus fringes for the Department of Real Property staff. It sounds like that's been in the case, right? That's been the model that they've used for several years.
I understand that, but if we're willing to change it, if we pass this resolution,
Right.
Saying, are we held to that?
are we held to that formula in 20?
No,
I don't think so.
Without,
There was discussion that if we were going to change what we were charging the towns and villages, whether it be in regard to this or whether it be in regard to planning services that we are discounting, that we would establish the practice and then we would notify, in fairness, notify the towns and villages of the change. Fred?
Madam Chair, I see Ms. Indelicato's on Zoom. Is it possible that she could respond to the question?
Yes, so I want to do a study to make sure that we are charging appropriately for the time that my staff is spending doing the work for the towns. So I will be doing a study to make sure that we're charging appropriately. But this is what I would suggest that we pass for this year, and then for next year, we will look at seeing if that rate is appropriate. And I will have discussions with the towns before any change is made.
Okay. Further discussion?
Jenny, this is something you inherited. Is that sort of what you told us?
Yes, going back into my records, as far back as, at least 10 years or more, it's been done this way.
1914.
This 15.
Which, like I said, that's not an appropriate response. It should be studied to make sure that we are doing it appropriately. But essentially, I continued on with what the past practice had been.
This refers only to the real property?
This is just looking at real property services, correct?
Okay. Excuse me, I thought it referred to everything.
No.
Because my gripe is planning. There's $1 million and $70,000 worth of income for the year as a budget. And this is totally unacceptable.
What's unacceptable?
So I withdraw whatever I said, on the previous motion, so.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Where are we?
Would you like to get to Ways and Means 1? Ways and Means 1, oh, I'm sorry.
You want to vote on the tax step before you vote on.
Oh, thank you.
On the ledge votes.
That was my intention. Thank you. So I would like to turn your attention to, as I look at it. Ledge 1. Ledge 1 is the resolution to adopt the local law for the year 2024, a local law to override the tax levy limit established in General Municipal Law 3-C.
I'll make a motion.
Can we get a second?
Nightingale, second.
For discussion, I just wanted to say that this is a resolution that we had just had the public hearing about. This gives us the bandwidth to go past the tax cap. This does not in any way bind us to go past the tax cap. So just offers us some possibility.
Madam Chair, can I ask for a roll call vote?
Okay. Jonathan Anna,
No.
Tom Winslow,
No.
Ben Vitale,
No.
Bob Shay,
No.
Hans Petcher,
No.
Mark Strong,
No.
Lee Nightingale,
No.
Elaine Daly,
No.
Stephanie DeVito,
No.
Brian Muldrow,
No.
Aileen McKnight Coleman.
No. You didn't even need a roll call.
How did we all get in agreement?
I know. Well, that's one
What time
thing.
is it?
Yeah.
Don't get too excited.
That's one thing, and it's November.
It's like a Christmas present.
Yeah, almost the end of the year.
Write down the date.
Thanks. Well, at least we're on that side. Okay, now we'll go back to Ways and Means 1.
Okay. Ways and Means 1 are the recommendations that came out of the Ways and Means Committee in regards to amendments to the tentative budget that passed at committee and now will be presented to the full legislature for their review. We did start with reducing the economic development line that was at 375. We reduced it by $225,000, leaving a balance of 150. That passed in committee. Again, we had someone speak about the importance of economic development, and we all agree. At this point in time, without a firm plan of how we were going to use that 375,000, we didn't feel it appropriate to include it and be taxed for it. You want to go through these separately?
Hold on just a second. I'm still looking for my list here.
Here's one, Madam Chair.
Oh, thanks. Thought I had some other stuff written down too. Oh, yeah, this is the one
I can go through them all and then we can separate.
I think we should take one at a time.
Okay.
Motion on the economic development line.
Second.
If we do this, if we take this action, we will be reducing the draw from the fund balance.
Okay. Motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carries. Thank you.
The second proposal was the provision for salary adjustment. There was a $340,000 put in a provision for salary adjustment. It was an estimate. We are looking at taking $100,000 from that line. And if this passes, it will reduce the draw from the fund balance.
All right, I'll move it. Need a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is for binding or non-binding salaries,
I'm sorry?
binding or non-binding salaries,
For any.
any
Yeah,
salary.
any salary.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carried.
We certainly all, the next was a motion to increase the sales tax projection by $50,000. This is a very slight difference in the projection, but it would allow us to add or reduce the fund balance draw by that $50,000. As we all know, sales tax revenue is an estimate. And the budget, I think, had a $600,000 increase in the sales tax projection for the 25, and this will increase it to $650,000.
Any discussion on this one?
Move it.
Oh, sorry. Did we already? Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? DeVito.
Thank you.
Taylor moved.
Lydia second.
Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carried.
Everybody helps.
That's right. On my sheet, but certainly not, or on the sheet that you have in front of you, the third proposal was to increase by $30,000 the allocation to soil and water conservation district. As you are aware, the tentative budget cut the soil and water conservation district by $100,000 from last year's from the funding they had last year. This would put $30,000 back into that into soil and water. And in order for that to happen, we're going to add it to the tax levy and keep it still staying below the tax cap.
I move it.
I'll second it for discussion,
Any discussion?
Madam Chair. I think tonight we had quite a entertaining briefing by some folks that have a lot to do with our soil and water conservation. As everybody knows, I fight very hard for these folks for their money because I believe that our soil and our water, they don't make any more of it. It is what it is. We have to do everything that we can to protect this, our soil and water. The office that does this, Doug's office, works very hard. They're very passionate about their work. I think they deserve the 100. I've had lots of conversations with a lot of people. I know there was talk of making the change to 50. But I'd like to see that number brought to 75,000 for the change.
Are you offering an amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have a motion for an amendment to to add back to the Soil and Water Conservation District $75,000.
What would the balance be between 30, 60? So 45,000.
So it'd be 40,
Yeah.
additional 45.
Right. Yes.
And
We would be hitting the tax cap ceiling if we were to do that,
If you're taking it out.
putting it into the tax levy.
You're close if nothing else.
Right.
if I may, I know we're not probably going to get to it this evening, but I have looked at some cuts later on in the budget of this budget. And the cuts that I would be proposing would definitely cover the change and.
So I guess if I'm understanding you correctly, at some point in time, you're going to find $45,000 somewhere else in the current budget.
I'm gonna make
Make a motion to do that.
So we had
I think Lynn's trying, no, she's trying.
we had a motion for to move, yes,
And I'd like to change that and bring it up to a total of
75, right. But we had the motion for your amendment. Did we get a second on that motion for
I
discussion?
did not hear a second.
I didn't hear a second.
I'll second.
Okay, second. Now for discussion.
I just would like to clarify that will be putting us over the tax cap.
Yes.
It would be 4.29% if that passes.
At this point in time, if there's full support for the 30, we'll get the 30 in. And then when you want to make an emotion to identify somewhere in the budget for the additional 45, you certainly could do that.
He could make a motion for the 45 to come from the fund balance right now.
No, yes, he could, but
I, like I said, and I know I could probably bring this back up again. But I do know that I'm gonna propose some more tax cuts that would definitely cover that $45,000.
So Madam Chair, just to be clear, Ms. Marinelli says that the amendment passes, they're over the tax cap. You don't have the authority to go over the tax cap. Your amendment would have to change to take it out of fund balance.
and identify,
Take it out of fund balance as opposed to the tax levy because your amendment pushes it over the tax cap and you can't do that. As of today, I can't say what's going to happen on the 10th and the 12th, but I kind of want to make sure everybody's.
So we are safe with the 30 or?
Yes.
Are we safe with the?
Safe with the 30.
With the 30.
Safe with the 30. I'm not saying you can't bring it up again next week, but.
I'll rescind my motion.
okay.
Rescind your second.
Second is rescinded.
Thank you.
To.
Your plan is to come forward at another time.
Absolutely.
Identify the 45,000 you're looking for to see if that passes.
You will hear this again.
So we have a first and a second motion. I would like to offer an amendment to this. I know firsthand all of the work that our soil and water does for our community and for water quality. However, in times like these, when we're looking at non-mandated sources of funding and non-mandated services, I do know there are lots of areas in which our Soil and Water Conservation District can get funding from state and from, as we saw from Aula, they also help them get some funding. And I think in the current climate and what we've heard this evening, I would like to offer an amendment to bring that back down to the tentative budget amount. So that would be bringing that to the total of, I don't have it in front of me.
100,000.
100.
Oh, yeah, it was 100. So 100?
100,000.
100,000, so therefore negating the 30,000 draw or the 30 addition to the tax levy. That's
The amount in the budget is 700,000.
700.
700,000.
Yeah, the
Gotcha.
right here is Emerson Park.
Okay.
I do also want to mention that our soil and water conservation district is outstanding, and they are one of the highest funded districts in the state. I think we do an amazing job investing in our water quality and our soil health. But again, under the circumstances, when we're looking at other changes that we can make to preserve workforce, this is my amendment.
I'll second it if, otherwise I would just vote it down.
No vote.
Right.
Okay, but first and a second, yes?
No,
Oh.
it's not really an amendment. What you're saying is you don't oppose the change to 30, so that's a no vote.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Say that
You can
again.
actually just go on with our,
Yeah.
and I've just done a lengthy explanation about where I stand on this. Okay, thanks. All right,
So that the motion and the second is to add 30,000.
It would be a no vote.
yeah, but there is a motion out there for the first and second.
Sure. She would vote no because she wants. it to
Right,
stay
and then the
100,
rest,
30.
and the rest,
We don't
I'd
have.
like it to stay at 700,000.
700, thank you.
Instead of-
State 700
Right.
instead of 730.
So she's going to vote no for adding the
We
30.
just need to vote.
We just have.
Right, yes, yes, all right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Raise your hand if you're opposed, since I didn't hear very many voices.
I'm opposing. Ryan, taking the money.
That's not.
Want to give them the 30,000, right? That's what we're voting.
Oh, you,
Yes, yes.
they're all confused.
Yeah, what are you guys voting on? Now I'm confused.
Nah, I'm confused.
Well, we're voting on the fact that we would increase their funding amount by $30,000 in this, and then we would take it from the tax levy.
Yep.
And that was the motion in the second, to increase, put back funding of $30,000 into there.
Yes.
700.
I said it, 7.
Now it'll be 750.
Correct.
If it passes, it would be 730.
Yes, so that's what we're voting on. Are we ready to take the vote?
Yes.
Do it again.
How many are in favor of moving from 700 to 730 in the Soil and Water Conservation District budget? In favor?
Okay, so who's
And then opposed?
Oh, I'm not opposed. I'm for.
Roll call vote, please.
Yeah, let's do roll call.
Okay.
Take the vote though before we do a roll call. Are we voting on whether?
Sure, we have a motion. Yeah, are you getting that, Anna?
$100,000 project. We vote.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Okay.
Visit next week.
Jonathan Anna? Ben Vitale?
No.
Tom Winslow?
Yes.
Bob Shay?
Yes.
Hans Petcher?
Yeah.
Mark Strong?
Yes.
Heidi Nightingale?
No.
Elaine Daly?
Yes.
Stephanie DeVito?
Yes.
Brian Muldrow?
Very difficult.
I'm really more confused.
You want them to get an additional $30,000 or no?
Yes, I do want to be additional.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
yes. Okay.
Okay.
Aileen McDabb Coleman.
No,
Okay, so you've got 3 no's and the rest are yays.
thank you. Okay, okay.
Okay, next, the next motion is, or recommendation is to increase the Emerson Park fees by $12,000. And that would, that increase in revenue would be a reduction in the fund balance.
I'll second it for discussion.
Discussion.
If I can, Madam Chair, I'd like to call on Doug Delastrito because I called him today on this because I was extremely confused.
Okay.
He straightened me out and I want to make sure that we are very clear on this amendment or proposal. Doug, if you would, please.
Sure, the line is a revenue line. I think that was, after having a conversation today with Mark, that's what's in the line. The original rate in the budget was 88,000. That is the current rental rate for the park pavilion. So the rate to change is actually an increase in revenue. That 12,000 takes it from 88,000 to a proposed $100,000 in revenue, which is rental revenue.
You intend to work through the agreement and kind of move in that direction?
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Doug.
Carried, thank you.
Okay. The next was a discussion we had in regards to planning.
Madam Chair, I'd like to table this one. Probably next month I'll bring an amendment to this. Looking for some changes here. It might save us, the county, a little bit more money and benefit us in the long run.
I'll second the amendment.
Okay. Any discussion to table? All in favor of the table?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried, thank you.
What about the other planning resolution in regards to increasing the local assistance, or what is it called? Local
Revenue.
local revenue. Yes, I thought we had a different name in the budget. Increasing it, I think, from 550,000 to 14,450.
Move it.
$550.
Yes, that 500, it was at 550 in the budget. Now it's going to be 15,000.
Did you say 1,000?
She did say 1,000. I was sitting here thinking, wait.
I was like,
A second.
Yeah.
our town's villages.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carried.
Stop second. Who didn't? Please don't make me go through all these lines, but we did have a proposal there to look closely at the various conference lines within the departments. And there was a look at the current use or last year's use, and some, except for the ledge line, there are some, rather small cuts. There's a $5,000 cut in the Department of Social Services. They had, I think, 20,000 to start with. And but most of them, the majority are 500, 200, 100. This would be the reductions in the conference and the conference lines in a total of 21,480. And if that passes, it would be a reduction in the fund balance draw.
Can we get a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Yeah, second.
Further discussion on this?
So to be clear, we're giving up all of our lifetime insurance and our conferences then.
Yes.
Okay.
I do want to make a point that we are not typically getting advanced certificates at these conferences for the legislature. And that's why we really don't have to. And we can attend these conferences virtually.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have more of a comment than anything, if I may. Conferences and trainings, sometimes they call it a conference, but it's actually training. Sometimes the training is actually more aligned to a conference with training in it. The thing that concerns me about these cuts is that some departments are required to attend conferences that are sometimes conference/training to maintain the eligibility to apply for grants. We all know how we like to apply for grants. So as I said in the meeting during the Ways and Means meeting, that, we need to be very, very careful. We could be setting some of our folks, not all, but some of our departments up for possibility of not meeting their training requirements so that they can apply for grants. I want to go on record as noting that. And some of the amounts, as they are small, some of them are fairly large. So, but I do want to be on record as noting that we could be up for some grant losses.
I do want to say that, as I mentioned before at a different meeting, if we have overlooked something and there is certification that needs to be had, they will definitely request as they do now, request of the chair to go on trainings. And that we would, if the budget transfer, we'll come back to this group. They know about these things ahead of time. And we would try to ensure that we would not lose out on any grant funding. It's a good point.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Okay, the next proposal came at the Ways and Means Committee to look at the individuals that were targeted for actual layoff. They would be from the DMV and from the Emergency Management Office. And to, instead of having the layoff start January 1, that we would put money back in to cover these positions through April 1st.
Can we get a motion to discuss?
Move it.
Second? Thank you.
The 50, what I recall, $55,000 that would cost, that it would take to continue these positions. The proposal was to allow that to happen and take the money put the money on the tax levy. So that 55,000 plus the 30 for soil and water would still be under the actual tax cap.
Right, that's your 85,237.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I have to go before for a second.
Yep.
Okay. I would like our legislative body to consider to not do any cuts until April. And during that time, that'll give us some time to find out if there's other areas where we can maybe cut and work directly with the department heads. There might be some overlapping positions that they may be, or some other expenses in the cut. But with no promises, I would like to delay it to April so we can really dive in with the department heads to see if there's any opportunity to keep the workforce we have now.
So, Brian, this will, if this passes, this will delay the layoff till April 1st. And your proposal is within that period of time, do any due diligence that we can to see if there's other ways to accomplish what we want to do, is potentially stay under the tax cap and reduce the draw from the fund balance.
Absolutely, because what I'm finding out is that, you know, we're thrown into this situation and we're trying to fix it. And if we can just give it some more time based on, you know, there's a lot of these people are committed to the county, and let's see if we can work with the department heads and see if we can make changes with their suggestions and work directly with them.
Accomplish what we need and they need.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Is there a cost to this more than the 55,000?
Is there, pardon me?
Is there a cost to this more than the 55,000?
Oh, I think, you know, the 55,000 is, my understanding, will get us to April 1st with those that are impacted by the A fund. And that would be DMV and emergency management.
And for the minimum amount, I mean, 55,000, we can't afford to do anything, but $55,000 deserve that.
I'm sure we can, but
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment and statement that for the purpose of not losing these positions come January 1st, I will support this, moving it to April. But I want to be known for the record that I am not in support, period, of eliminating positions. So the only reason why I'm voting tonight, yes, is so that all these positions aren't lost come January. And there is a little bit more time, but come April, if this is looked at again and it's still favorable to eliminate these positions, I am not in favor of eliminating positions.
If I may, thank you.
Yes.
Just kind of with Legislator Muldrow's comments there about, you know, searching more for more revenue to offset eliminating any positions. I know we have spoken with Diane at HR and looking at possibly if there is funded vacant positions out there, like you had mentioned, as far as, you know, with department heads, is there something out there that, you know, can we do that really doesn't need to be there? Is there savings there? I guess just I'm sure none of this body is really looking, it feels good about cutting positions. Sometimes we're put in a hard place, but, I want to point out that right now, this budget is not final. Again, no promises, but kind of putting it on everybody, and I think everybody is at this table sympathetic and still looking and see what we can do to make things right.
Further comments?
Million. So I would, Tom, I'm assuming that what you're talking about is the funded positions, but they're not filled, correct?
Correct.
And
I'm sure there's some stipulations. We do have positions out there that are currently not filled but are funded, which are mandate. We really can't just turn our back on those and cut those, but we're just turning over every stone we can. And if there is positions out there that are on the books and funded, and it really doesn't need to be, I guess offsetting a funded vacant position
Versus a live position.
with a physical person that we can keep on the books.
Yes.
we need to have some sort of support from every department head, or is that something that Diane's office does, or what are we?
If I could.
Yep.
I would suggest that Diane work with Lynn and to look at vacant budgeted positions, and to get us an exhaustive list of that. And go from there. And if we can't figure out a path forward with that list, then we go roll up our sleeves and we do additional investigation.
Can I say something? Lynn, are you still there?
She's there.
Yep.
The problem, I think, in this whole county system is you have a list of positions. You're not quite sure in terms of what's funded and what's not. Is that fair to say that there's really not a lot of communication between the systems of easily finding that information out?
I'm not sure if you're talking about, at a point in time, or if you're saying that as the year goes on in 2025, you want to evaluate each vacancy as it comes up. I'm not sure.
Lynn, I think there's a general conversation, and I did say that my understanding is for the big departments at the time of the budget, you did request a list of vacant budgeted positions from those departments so that that could be looked at the time that the budget was put together. There is, I guess I'm asking, there doesn't seem to be volumes and volumes of unfunded or unfilled funded positions. Does there?
No, I would say there's about 20 of them. We kind of talked about this meeting. Three of those are at the jail. Then there's some positions in social services. There are not a lot of funded vacant positions that are in this budget.
I think your point is well taken. You want to get to that. If there's money in positions that aren't filled, why would we be laying off bodies? Absolutely.
Just see what they are, whether they're 5 or they're 2 or they're 10.
If there aren't.
Right.
If I have some of the list, is how we got to,
Yes.
I already did take care of unfunded positions funded vacant positions. But if there are not, then we have to make additional tough choices on especially non-mandated services to make up the difference.
Well,
my point is, I'm willing to roll up our sleeves and do it. I think we have plenty of time.
And as positions come forward for filling, that means they're vacant.
Yes, if we go through 25, yes.
And again, we're going to hear the point that even if the highway is not mandated to plow roads, you're plowing roads, the residents of this county depend on it. And you're saying, gee, I want a heavy MEO because I have people out on medical leave. And so it's just because it's funded and unfilled doesn't mean it can just not be filled. I mean, that's the case we're going to face all year long.
And that is the case that people have already faced because I've already done that part of the budget. So there are people out there very upset that although there's no one occupying them in this moment in time, there was somebody maybe a couple months ago where they wanted somebody next month and they're not getting them. So it's a big, it's something to.
Wouldn't that information come a lot easier from the department heads?
I think.
They know who their people are or where their positions are, whether they're funded or unfunded, and they know whether they're filled or unfilled.
No, but they have to come and ask to have them filled. They can't fill them without our approval.
So hold on a second. So
We did this.
So
That's what
first-
our budget meeting was for.
that's,
Yes.
and some of these people I met with 3 times.
Yes, and I'm just saying.
They're not hiding positions there's nobody's hiding anything. Positions are not being hid. I'm just saying to you,
I'm only going.
Priority.
That I've been told.
the priority, well, we're told all kinds of things.
Take what
But
Ms. Ferris says to me. That's her job.
yes,
She tells me there's 30 positions, plus or minus a few.
You know what, Mark, I'm scared to say this, but I kind of agree with you. But I do think, I didn't want to say it twice, so I'm not saying it again. But, I think we have an opportunity to really stop blaming everybody, including everybody sitting up here, and have an opportunity to work with the department heads in more of a detailed manner. There's a lot of people that are chairs, a lot of people sitting on committees. We really have to dig into it. The question of I don't know, not gonna happen anymore, because the department heads, they do know. As you said, they sat up here, so unfortunately, I do agree with Mark once in a while, right? But I would say that let's not, we'll start today. We'll stop with the pointing back and forth because it's too much,
I think.
right? And I think we have an opportunity right now to meet with the department heads in April to see what jobs we can say, and it may not even be cutting jobs. It might be
That is
cutting overhead. It might
That's
be
definitely a
cutting
possibility.
you know,
The other things.
I have identified at least in I'm not a CPA, I'm not an accountant, I didn't check with Lynn, I don't know what's mandated or not, but I identified a few opportunities where we can save jobs. That have nothing to do with just the things we committed to that we might want to uncommit and work around. So as of right now, she got thrown into this is like we did, right? So she only knows on a piece of paper what's out there. But right now we can really dig in and we got to April to figure it out. So I'm willing to do the work if everybody else is, and I think everybody says.
Any further discussion on this?
Just to kind of recap, what's before the legislature at this point is to fund the positions in DMV and emo until April.
April
A lot
1st.
of discussion. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
And Fred, with no promises, we're not gonna cut anything, but we will definitely work with the department heads and the clerk to figure out where we're at, okay?
Just want to make sure everybody's on the same.
Yes.
That's the best
Have we-
solution that can come out here tonight, you know?
Have we taken a vote on this?
No.
Discussion.
Point being, your other layout.
Right, that's what Mark's gonna bring up later.
I'm gonna bring them up.
Yeah, he's bringing them back.
It's later.
It's in the same resolution that you guys are talking about.
Right now, we're only talking about A fund.
Yeah.
A fund positions. only. Yeah, A fund.
It's coming, don't worry.
Well, I just don't want to go back and tell.
No.
Everybody else got jobs till April, but they don't.
No, it's coming back.
Okay.
Right, all right.
The point being that the other potential layouts that you're considering in the budget are not going to be impacted by this figure and put them off to April. And I think there's some conversation here that.
So at this point,
This will put everybody off to April.
yes, at this point, it is just these
Just those
positions.
two departments. Everything else happens as of January.
DMV and emergency management.
What is everything else? Because we looked at 5 full-time positions. We looked at 5. We didn't include part-time, but we looked at 5 full-time positions that were going to be affected January 1st. And between DMV, EMO, and highway, we looked at all of them. It's just DMV and EMO that's going to affect the A fund.
Correct, that you're talking about right now.
I think what Rich is indicating, and not to speak for him, is that there were thank you. There were positions that were
Another.
vacant
So that,
and unfunded in the 25 budget.
but they're vacant, so there's no layoffs.
Correct.
Right, and they're still
They're still.
vacant
They're
and out.
on them
Yes.
January 1st.
Yes,
Right.
Yeah,
yes.
Currently filled full-time position.
I haven't.
Vacant.
No, these ones are currently filled full-time.
Yeah, these are, but what they're talking about is the vacant. End in January.
I don't know if we can even talk about what I want to bring up.
Well, we can wait till next week.
Well, it has a lot to do with this vote, right, that we're fixing to take or
Okay.
whatever. It's the EMO position that was cut,
Right.
and
This,
now you're telling, we're gonna tell the EMO office they're not gonna cut that position?
not till
Not
April.
till April.
That's good news, ain't it? Can we separate them?
No.
No, they're all.
No.
I mean,
No, if you're
there
gonna.
was, there was, I'm gonna try to stay out of this meeting.
Right, he doesn't.
Oh, I know.
Right.
Any other discussion? All in favor of restoring these positions through April?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes.
Sorry, we did talk about, and we did table the Youth Bureau Stop DWI position. You didn't include this on this particular thing, Grace, because,
Can I interrupt you, Elaine? If you could just address maybe the defund
okay, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
position also.
the highway resolution, if this passes for the affected positions, this would change the defund, Lynn?
Yes, we would end up increasing those expenditure lines and increasing the use of the defund balance of $46,105.
Okay, and this would then allow the positions to be restored till
April 1st.
yes.
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. One opposition.
Okay, we're almost done, please. I'd like to put back on the table the Youth Bureau Stop DWI that we discussed. There was quite a few questions about the minimum qualifications of the job. There was quite a few questions about the individual and how this would work. And the proposal was to incorporate the Stop DWI work into the Youth Bureau Director's position. Eliminate the part-time position funding for Stop DWI Coordinator, transfer that amount, approximately $11,110, along with $8,890 from the DWI reserve to the Youth Bureau budget, recognizing $20,000 worth of revenue into that Youth Bureau budget and decreasing the local share for that position, Youth Bureau Director, by $20,000. I did have some conversations with the sheriff. I think he spoke with Deb herself. He would be more than happy to work with her to get her off to a good start, and that she's more than agreeable to assume these duties. And if we were to do this, we would be able to cut another $20,000 from the balance draw.
Can we get a motion?
I'll
Move it.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk about the highway department. Do you want me to bring these back up?
Resolutions.
I want my roll call, please.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, oh, not me.
I would like. I'd like to bring back up PW two, W1. Start with PW two, if I could. It's authorization to fill motor equipment operator heavy position in the county highway department.
So PW,
Two.
That a motion?
It is.
Second.
any discussion on the motion to authorize to fill MEO heavy in the county highway department, initially tabled to January? Discussion?
Yes, my point was answered. This would be a hardship till January
Yes.
is the position because you have men out on sick leave and you need to get ready.
What this will do if this doesn't pass is we're gonna shut the motor pool down and take the mechanic out front of the truck. Which will affect the entire county.
Oh, God, don't.
And since we're not all mechanics, it's probably not a good thing. Yes.
Or snowplow driver?
Yes.
exactly.
Oh, well, here we have a volunteer.
I've tried, told me I can't do it. County employee.
Can't get under the-
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
Madam Chair, I'd like to reintroduce Public Works number 1. It is authorization of the highway superintendent to fill a vacant automotive mechanic position. And there is a change to the last resolve. And the resolve originally read, resolution shall take effective immediately. The change would be to make, shall take effect January 1st, 2025.
I'll move it.
So you're deferring the hire till January 1st? Is that what you're doing?
I'll second it, Mr. Strong.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion? So that you clarified.
Yep, he's deferring the hire till January 1st.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
I think I did it right. I'm not sure.
I think you.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
I wrote on this one. Hold on. Okay. Going to go to Ledge 2.
I'll move ledge 2.
I'll second.
Designating December 12th as the date of the final meeting of the Cayuga County Legislature for the fiscal year. Question, discussion. If we figure out that we need to have an additional meeting to pass the budget, can we go past December 12th? Thank you.
Yeah, until December 20.
That's what I thought. It sounded so final.
But please no. Yes, how about please no?
I'll make the amendment that we need to get a lot of work done between now and the trial. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Ledge 3, actually, we technically voted on that, but we'll go through it again. Authorizing appointments to various boards and agencies.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Authorizing appointments to the Commissioner of Elections.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Setting the date for the public hearing on the tentative county budget.
Move it.
Second, is that the 12th? The 10th.
Discussion on this?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Legislative 6.
Can I give a brief discussion, talking about the legislative session before we start?
Before, or you want to put it on the floor? Make a motion.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay,
So this legislation is my son, articulate cost increase in the pool on the rate of hire. I know it's used to say, we went through budgeting issues and maybe this is later on, but this is what these situations addressing something. We had a lot of, I think that this hiring, look at the civil service test. The civil service test is supposed to be not like, and for the most part, it is, like, you fill out, if you have to do well, you should, be an employee candidate. But whereas if you come to legal advice, is that not everybody knows about the civil service. Not everybody is hearing, not just disenfranchised that might be in certain corners of the world or a demographic or whatever. It has a lot to do with the county as a whole. You can view that by looking at who applies. Think about how many people you know in the county that are related to somebody or friends. Just when I became elected a few years ago, I can tell you that I was introducing the test to people that didn't even know there was a test out there. And so we are missing something. If you look at this room was full of people here, and I know a lot of these people that were in this room today. A lot of them are related, a lot of them are friends, a lot of them told everybody when the test was coming. Well, we need the best of the best in this county. And, I was gonna have a speech similar to Bryce, but Bryce nailed it, right? That's what we're looking for. So I want everybody to put their politics aside. Don't look at this as a cultural thing, like, we're trying to fill this up. People still have to pass that test. People still have to pass that test as the test is whatever. So I'm exhausted. I'm not gonna read this resolution, but if you want me to, I will, right? But I'm exhausted from tonight but I'd like to this vote, and I would like to have a support on this vote from my fellow legislators.
I'm curious if I can offer an amendment. Under your resolved, you have A, B, and C. And this is a little different, but I wondered if you would accept this as an amendment, Mr. Muldrow. I would like to, under D, add
There's no D.
I know, I'd like to add D. And I'm going to ask the attorneys to see if this makes sense. If we can expand, if the HR and the operations officer can expand the visibility of vacancies on boards and agencies in the county in order to get more people of diverse backgrounds, people who have never served on a board of agency in this county, to also serve, because that is also an area where I think we need new blood. It's desperately needed. I think there are people out there who in fact want to volunteer and they don't know that these vacancies are here. And so although we do appoint people, I think it would take a special effort on behalf of operations, maybe HR if it fits, but maybe not, to
You know what? I
raise the visibility.
That is something that I didn't think of, but I would approve that amendment. I would be in support of that.
Thank you. Does that make sense, Mr. Attorneys?
Mr. Attorney, there's two of them there. Which one's gonna answer?
They're both scribbling, so I don't know what that means. They're like frantically scribbling. I don't know.
Just to be clear, you're asking the operations team to take on that. Because
it's
HR doesn't typically
exactly
recruit for
right. Exactly.
So you're looking more for the
The
operations
operations team to help expand
In the recruitment of.
the visibility of the vacancies. And whether that be highlighting them on the website, talking to the boards and agencies that we partner with and letting them know that we need to widen our circle.
I would like that as well. Is that okay?
So there's a first and a second to add a D with that language.
Could it be?
There's a first.
I'll second.
Okay, now we can go.
Now we can vote. Can we vote on the amended Leg 6 resolution as amended?
Sorry, I didn't. Yes.
Vote on
Vote
Leg
again,
6
amended.
As amended.
Yes.
Yeah, aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
1, 2.
We voted.
You gotta vote for the
Amendments.
Are we voting on?
Voting on the amendment,
change or are we voting?
That was the amendment.
the amendment,
I'm sorry, it was the amendment, not the resolution.
not the resolution itself, just the amendment.
So we're voting on the resolution.
Can I get, yes,
amended.
but did we get the count? We didn't get the count on.
I only had two.
Should we do a roll count?
Roll call.
I only had two opposed.
Roll call.
No, I think there was 3 opposed. Okay, hold on. So just the amendment to add D,
Just that.
and how many in favor?
Of adding D, aye.
Aye. How many are opposed to adding D?
Okay, Hans, Tom, all for you. Okay, anybody else?
Not today.
Now we'll vote on the resolution as amended since it passed. All in favor on the
We're
resolution
doing
as
a roll
amended?
call.
Is there discussion?
Oh, so we have a first and a second on the amendment as amended. I'm sorry, it's the resolution as amended. Correct?
No, you have it.
That's good for discussion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, we have the first and the second, so now we'll have discussion. Yes.
Well, basically, I'm gonna vote no on it. And the reason is that, it doesn't make sense to me. That we go out and beat the bushes and drag people in who don't have the initiative to do something on their own. And, we shouldn't be doing this. This is the job of, various outfits. There are lots of organizations out there that, are for this woke stuff, but it shouldn't be the county legislature that does this.
Okay, any
I'd like to respond.
further discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a comment that's not accurate. I would think that if there was a person that had a skilled position and an opportunity to work in the county and the pay was right, they would apply. If you look at it, nobody's asking anybody to beat the drum, they're telling them to promote it. So more people apply, and not everybody that is, let's just remove, because I'm gonna address the elephant in the room, okay? We're talking about people that are black and brown, okay? Let's just remove that. There's a lot of people that are other races and other backgrounds and other economic backgrounds that don't even know about these positions. That's probably why you have a lot of unfilled positions. Because what happens is, what I found out in this county is if we did a little, we get our IT guy and we put a wire, everybody that knew something related, that's our entire county. And that is not in the betterment of our county. So what I'm saying when we hear these initiatives, we always go to black and brown people. We say, those are the people that are not applying. Those, what are we gonna do? We can't drag them in. There's a lot of people there from other backgrounds that have no idea. And they go work in other counties. And I know at least 10 people that work in Onondaga County and Sweeny County. We have positions that are open. And it pays that much different. There's something being missed. So that's what I want to address. So I respectfully don't agree with that.
Further discussion? All in favor?
We're doing a roll call.
Oh, roll call.
Yes.
Roll call.
Yes.
Jonathan Anna?
No.
Ben Vitale?
Yes.
Tom Wenzel?
No.
Bob Shay?
No.
Hans Petcher?
No.
Mark Strong?
No.
Heidi Nightingale? Yes. Elaine Daly?
Yes.
Stephanie DeVito?
Yes.
Brian Muldrow?
Yes.
Elaine McNabb Coleman?
Yes.
Six yeses, 4 noes, or 5 noes.
That passed.
Yes.
Okay. Any further business to discuss this evening?
Like to go into a very short executive session.
I'll second it with excitement.
Yes.
All those in favor? Aye.
I'm just.
I got mine on my.